Does anyone else have an itch for a little bit of Dune Spice Wars, maybe? Some competitive play, perhaps? Maybe a tournament with a cash prize on the line. When will the stream start? 18 minutes overdue. We made it. We're starting. The stream has started. The games are still coming along. Our hosts had a lot of folks sign up and drop out, unfortunately, last minute, or just no show, which is really, really annoying as a tournament organizer, let me tell you. But they're working on it. They're getting the pods structured. I think we got ourselves a good one here. I got Mighty Kenry, although maybe they are reorganizing this pod at the last minute. I see a lot of chat flying like crazy. We'll get there. First tournament of the new year. It's 2025. Everyone's shaking off the rust, getting used to stuff. You've got the itch. Just rub some spice on it. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I'm excited. We've got our first, the first round of play is going to be on the Great Erg, one of our new maps. The Great Erg is a medium map with many small, deep deserts and mountains for increased strategic expansion. So that's gonna be fun. That should be a good time. This is probably of all the new maps. So they gave us 4 or 5 new maps in, I don't know, what was it, November maybe, something like that, to really shake things up a bit. And I think they're all very cool and very fun to play, but a couple of them feel pretty wildly unbalanced. But the Great Erg is one that I think most of the competitive folks feel is maybe a bit more balanced. So this gets to be round 1, and I think if we get the finals game will be on the standard, normal map with the polar sink in the middle and everything. But our first one will be in the Erg. Should be a good time. I really like the different maps. I appreciate that the wrench that they throw in people's normal plans. Okay, we've got the Mighty Kenry. We've got the Sluggish 7-5. Who else are we expecting here? I think maybe Ozzy Niner, maybe the Rizzler. We'll see. Pod 2's ready to go. Okay, pods are starting to come online, starting to fill up. Should be momentarily we could get stuff going. Let's erg it up. Yeah, we had a big balance patch too that I didn't really talk through. It was like the only balance patch that I haven't made a video for, and I think it was just because I was kind of annoyed by it. They released a big patch that added all of the maps, and there was very few balance changes. And then like 2 or 3 weeks later, they quietly dropped another patch that was a whole bunch of big balance changes that I had expected them to drop with the big maps. Which they didn't. So I was just annoyed by their release scheme, and for some reason I never made a video about it. I wonder if I could crack it open right now. Where are some patch notes? Maybe we could talk through if we're still waiting. Room for one more in our lobby, then we ought be good to go. Let me click through some things. Patch notes. Maybe. Nope, not that patch notes. Different patch notes. Not that patch notes. I just keep finding small bug fixes. I'm having a hard time finding the proper one. Here we go. Let me... Oh, we might have a game momentarily here. So I'll give you a lightning review of the patch notes. A bunch of rebalancing on different Landsrad resolutions. Different factions. Atreides, Duncan, Idaho got a rework, got super buffed, got some really cool stuff. Various other Atreides units got sort of tweaked downward, I think, a little bit to make them slightly killable for once, so that someone might be able to beat a sauced up Atreides army. Over on the Smugglers, LaShawn, one of their counselors, got a rework, making her do very different stuff, getting sort of influence for infiltration levels. No, we lost one of our players. Smugglers also got a little up and down, some very minor stuff on balance changes. Fremen got some changes as well, a bit of a nerf to Stilgar, I think. A bit of a buff to Shamoom, a bit of a buff to the Fedaykin. Jamis got a little bit of a nerf, actually. I thought he was buffed. Maybe I'm wrong. Really small stuff across the board, but all in all, I think moving us in general towards a better state of balance. So I'm excited to see it play. I haven't watched a ton of competitive play since this new patch, and this new one was December 4th. So we've had it a little over a month, so people have gotten a little bit used to it. It's been a minute. Yeah, welcome chat. Welcome everybody. Thanks for joining in. We ought to have a good time today. I think these should be good games. They should be fun to watch. I think in general the game is in a great state of balance. A lot of different stuff is very viable. Should be fun. I've seen plenty of Chome victories. I've seen plenty of governor victories. Believe it or not, some of the governor victories I feel like have made a comeback. And I'm not even quite sure how to attribute governor victories coming back, because there wasn't necessarily a buff to the political side of things. I think since maybe a patch or two back, they when they nerfed the big hegemony boosts at the end of the game by being able to, mostly by making your research center sort of retroactively affect your hegemony. The research center used to be a big buff of a couple thousand at the end to sort of propel people into hedge victories, but now you don't have that straight boost straight into a victory as much. Some factions can do it a little bit, but it's not what it used to be. So these days there's a bit more space for the other win cons. So we're excited to see what we can do here. Mighty Kenry he's at random right now. I thought he was playing Fremen, but maybe the Rizzler is. Damir on Carino. Sluggish 7-5 on Harkonnen. And the Rizzler on the Atreides. Yeah, there it is. Kenry on the Fremen. This is what I expect. Should be a good lobby. These are all fantastic factions. How many games will we watch? We will watch 2 games. So there is 16 players, and they're all going to be in 4 different pods playing against each other. And then the winner of each of those pods will move on to the second game, the finals match. And the winner of that gets $100 in cash money. Bless the bi-monthly uploads and the coming of going of him. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Roger. We will keep the spice flowing. Sometimes the spice doth floweth a bit more thickly, but sometimes a bit less, but it flows nonetheless. What have you guys been up to? You guys been playing spice in your free time? You've just been sitting there pining away waiting for the next spice upload? People have been playing different games? I may have dabbled in a different game or two during these last couple months. There's some good stuff out there. I feel like all of 2024 was just banging for game releases, and there's some good stuff in 2025 as well. But Spice Wars was great too. I think Spice Wars is deep enough that as long as you've got some good folks to play with, it will never be old. Oh, and we are in the game. All loaded in. We've got a Kenry view right now. Let's go to the no fog. Oh, I love it. This is such a fun map. We got deserts and mountains and choke points everywhere. So the design idea behind the Great Urg that we're on here is they wanted there to be more impactful, like strategic territory. Like parts of the map that are just more important to own, or choke points that are gonna like trigger battles and things. I gotta tell you though, right off the bat, the Fremen are adjacent to a deep desert that looks like it will be very easy to surround with really no competition from anyone else. I think, ooh, that looks like a huge benefit right off the bat. We'll take a look at everyone's starting position, but I like where our Fremen friend, Mr. Kenry, taking Dr. Liet Kynes out to play. Kenry is a staple of the community, has been a long time Fremen specialist. He will be a man to watch in this game. Very exciting, and I'm sure he's giddy about this as well. He's got his little mountain next to it, so this mountain counts as it being surrounded. So all he has to do is take the Great Volcano, which he already wants to do. He's got a spice field to take, which he wants to do. He's got what's the word? Energy sources. He's got energy sources here, which he wants to do. Fremen love energy sources. It lets them get that ceremonial cave up. He's got 1 energy source, 2 energy source. The Great Volcano counts as a double energy source. Ladies, this is a tasty, tasty start for the Fremen. To the west, he's got the Acid Lakes, which is a pretty solid special region. So at least 2 very easy, very safe specials, and from that, after that, he's going to have to contest. So it's not a great option for maybe booming on Hedge, but 1 spice, 2 spice, easy 3 spice, maybe 4 spice, depending on how the Carino are feeling. Ooh, it's a good Fremen starting spot. Let's head up and take a look at the Rizzler up on the Atreides, known Warden Enjoyer. Oh boy, what do we got here? So he starts off with a very safe spice field. Decent enough. You like a +3 Solari per economic building on your spice field, because you're already going to put a lot of economic buildings in your first spot. So a little extra money can go a long way. That's a nice pickup there. He has a very easy access to Mount Idaho above him. That's nice. Mount Idaho is always a good, especially early in the game. As a +200% for your Plascrete can really help boost your growth, how quickly you can populate your territories with good, effective buildings and things. He's got the Harkonnens to the east that are not all that far away. I guess it just the Harks expanded south twice, and then from there, it's just 2 more regions straight over to the Atreides base. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Atreides and Harkonnen conflict in our not too distant future here. If we look south, we've got a nice rare elements, another nice rare elements down there, another easy spice field, some minerals, a whole bunch of energy source, at least 2 energy sources. Yeah, so all of his good territory is down south, and a lot of it is quite tasty. Up north, it's like empty village, a village with some rocks, and then another spice field way up north. That one looks probably a bit more Harkonnen favored to me. We'll see what the Atreides expansion looks like, but I think it makes sense probably for him to expand mostly southward at first. He's got a long way to go before he starts bumping into the Fremen, courtesy also of this deep desert here, which is honestly in play for maybe the Kenry to try to do a second deep desert surround. That would be very funny. I would love to see it. But because it's got 3 mountains adjacent to it, you really just need to hold this one and this one for the Fremen, which would be a little bit outside of your borders, I would say, but not undoable, not impossible at all. And a double deep desert surround, I think you just win the game. You just win. If you surround 2 deep deserts, everything would be going great. Let's look at our Harkonnen friends over here. Driven today by the sluggish 7-5. So he has gone for his quick spice down south, some quick minerals. He's getting everything online as we'd expect. These guys are kind of standing around. I'd like to see them out and about pillaging. As the Harkonnens, you always want to be pillaging. ABP, always be pillaging. Right above him, he's got some energy sources, at least 1 fuel source, a second one down below, which is probably Harkonnen territory here. So probably 2 fuel sources for the Harkonnens. That's good. If you have 1, at least you know you can get your capital ship online. If you have 2, you can also think about some extra major buildings that you might want to build. Harkonnens don't really build mech stuff too much. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Harkonnen make flying ships or combat drones or probes, but anything's possible. So we've got 1 spice to the north, which I sort of expect him to grab eventually. 1 spice to the east, making it a 3 easy spice probably for the Harkonnens. From there's a couple more that are theoretically possible, a little more middle bound. This one's probably more of a Carino spice, as is that one. We'll come back to Carino. Let's look at specials. Do we have any good specials for the Harkonnens here? You do love to have an abandoned Imperial station that pays out extra resource production for statecraft buildings. That's a nice little spot there. And we do have Sandfall, just a little bit further out from him here. This is probably Harkonnen favored, just because the village is on the eastern side of this, and then we have a lot of deep desert to the west, making it hard to sort of aggress on from the Atreides. First Landsred is up. We've got Chom subsidies, which is always a nice pickup for Carino since they start off with some extra Chom shares. Did anyone buy any? No, it hasn't even opened up yet, so at the start of the next council, you never know who might buy. Does anyone sitting on a big research bank? 2.5k in the Harkonnens. If they wanted to, they could pick up a bunch of Chom. The elected faction suffers Landsred standing. Carino, however, made it a single elected faction. Interesting. We do have Gaius Helen Mohiam on Carino, so Carino votes will count extra on anything with an Imperial edict. There's a random smuggler bounty on this for all factions to gain hedge per special region, so that passes, of course. Carino losing out a little bit on the smuggler bounty here because they were very excited to put the House Harkonnen into the pits. I love to see it. Minus 30 on House Harkonnen puts them down into the poor Landsred standing, or the low Landsred standing, which comes with a -2 influence production and plus 100% Chom share buying price, meaning that the Harkonnens probably should not be spending that bank on the Chom shares this month. To the pits with them! And this looks like minor houses voted this up, and a couple people threw votes in here for the free standing. Okay. They're chatting with each other over there. I didn't talk counselors now that I'm thinking about it. Our Fremen down here have Stilgar. Of course, Stilgar's great. These days gives you just a flat +1 authority. He used to make it so that you spent less authority to ally with sieges, but they took that away and just gave him a flat +1 authority, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal. He's still great just because he reveals all sieges at the start of the game, so you could very early on start trading with all the other sieges and make good bank, a good economy based on just trading with sieges. And also we've got Jamis, who I've seen a lot more lately. I'm not a Jamis fan, but he is the aggressive choice, right? He gives you authority on liberating enemy villages. He buffs up the strength of Fremen units when they're outside of their own territory, and then theoretically, if you were in absolute dire straits, you could trade some of your valuable authority for some manpower. Yeah, let me get a drink here. Hello, Klaxon. Welcome to the stream. And then we had looked at our boy, the Rizzler up here, who has Dr. Wellington Yui. Dr. Yui's great. I love him. Just that early +2 knowledge is real nice. Helps jumpstart your development progress. We've also got Lady Jessica, the classic Atreides pick. Lady Jessica feels real hard to give up because she just lets you do things that no one else in the game can do. Being able to force a non-aggression pact with someone at a particular critical moment in time can be the difference between winning and losing. She's very cool. Also, she just has some side bennies now, right? So treaties with the Atreides have no authority upkeep, so you could be happy to just trade authority with everybody. What's up? Welcome. Also, if she makes it so that if you betray a truce with the Atreides, which is pretty common, especially if you're running Jessica, that it hurts a little bit more, minus extra Landsred standing. Now, the Fremen won't care about that, but the Harkonnens and the Carino certainly will. Our Harkonnen friends are playing Uman Kudu. Extra manpower, units are quicker to recruit, and units in a region with an active operation gain +1 armor. That's a very common... it's almost even an eco choice just by having extra manpower, but it's also a very aggressive choice because the minus 30% time to recruit is huge if you're going to be fighting folks. Being able to replace your army faster is a big deal. Do we have any other interesting special regions? There's an Imperial Basin to the south of them. Way south down there is a processing plant, the Well of Riches for the bonus to the processing plants. But no other like certain safe specials for them. They're gonna have to sort of go out and grab stuff towards the middle of the map to get specials. Last but not least, let's check out Demir on the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV. He is rocking, of course, the lovable Princess Urilan, who has been nerfed and changed and reworked a half a dozen times. Currently, what she does is you can, for every non-major village building can be constructed one more time, anywhere, once. So that means you can choose any one spot in your land to have two of a particular building. You could find a place that has good benefits to, you know, what's this one? This guy's got, he's leaning into the quirks here. +1 economy per, +1 plas creep per economic building, and this one gives 30% agent recruitment speed. So he has chosen to build 2 investment offices. He can build 2 offices here, and nowhere else in his empire will he be able to build 2 investment offices again. But the 2 here are giving him a ×4 to the quirks here, so he is leaning heavily into the plus agent recruitment speed, I assume, because the other +1 plas creep per econ building is not that big of a deal, unless he's really wants his plascrete. Otherwise, we have Gaius Helen Mohiams. Now, this is another interesting choice. I'm not a Gaius Helen enjoyer, but I've seen her a number of times recently. So what she does is the council ability for the Landsraad for Carino allows you to put an Imperial Edict on something to make it either affect everybody or affect only one person in particular. It lets you swap it back and forth. Better get out of there. You're dying in the desert. Okay, they're riding on a worm. So what she can do, Carino can do some fun stuff in the council where they take something that was supposed to affect everybody and make it target just a particular single person. And then Helen here makes it so that any votes that you place on something with an Imperial Edict count as double, just for Carino. So they have double voting power for anything that they influence that way, allowing you to really swing a lot of the early charters one way or another. Question, he could also move the offices later after he gets a couple of agents? I believe so. I believe if you demolished your second office, you could build 2 offices somewhere else. So you could see here, right in his first village he took, he just went for 2 wholesale markets. They're cheap, easy, free money. His next one over here, he's got minerals for extra plascrete factories, so he's made 2 plascrete factories over here. That's a nice spot. So it's just a nice way, because Carino expands a lot slower than everyone else, they're able to really maximize the return they get from their territory. Second Landsraad up. Diplomatic Committee, not that big of a deal. Most people aren't going too deep into statecraft these days, but if you got plus 50%, you might want to. Private Mandate would be a big deal for the Harkonnens, who are a heavy pillaging faction, though Fremen would love to have it too, but they don't have any votes yet, and not a whole lot of influence to work with. And we've got the Imperial Edict on this, so Carino wants everybody to have cheaper building costs. This is dear to the minor houses, so this was almost certainly going to pass. The only question is who gets the private mandate, and it is the Harkonnens. All right, that's very big for them. So statecraft developments are faster. Harkonnens are getting more money from their pillaging. And this actually failed. Nobody voted for it. And the minor houses voted for and against it, but mostly against it. So not cheaper infrastructure. Let's take a quick look at our faction summaries. People buying Chom? Yes! The Rizzler bought up to 12%. What's going on in this crazy Chom market? Yeah, we've got 115 shares picked up by Atreides. House Harkonnen bought 50, which is unusual unless they just bought them, because they shouldn't have been buying them when they were in the pits before. Carino picked up 20 extra shares. They start with 50. That's quite a lot for the Atreides. I'm sort of surprised that they invested so heavily. They must be making some bank out there. Our current spice rate is very high at 2.4. And it's going to go very low, down to 1.5 in about 7 days. But for now, Harkonnens are making big money because they have 60 spice income compared to everybody else's 20s and 30s. And that's really just off of some exploitation of the one spice. Oh, I guess they got 2 spice refineries up. Good on them. Good on them. Harkonnens are headed east and south. Atreides have gone more east than I was expecting. They went for the quick grab of Mount Idaho. I like that. Mount Idaho's very good. We can see the Fremen are already expanding south, quite a ways south. Probably looking at some deep desert surrounds. If they want to go real aggro against Carino and Fremen trade really well into early game Carino, there's a chance to, both of these deep deserts here are very surroundable for the Fremen. But they've gone far to the east here, secured a friendly siege over there, secured a spice field, got themselves the Great Volcano. Again, it is such a nice spawn for Fremen, for Kenry. He's going to have a great time with this. We've got quick 2 spice for our Carino friends. They've got their hands on some minerals. They seem like they're probably doing just fine. Carino pulling in 110 plascrete a day, which is real nice. Nothing too exciting there. What's our Landsred status look like? 260 for Carino, 214 for the Harkonnens. They managed to climb out of the pits. 230 for the Atreides. So no chome on the Fremen. They are busy expanding. Yeah. In a higher level game, we'll always see the chome contested. Chome is really valuable these days. There's a number of really interesting Landsrad resolutions that come through that have to do with chome. Selling it for authority or getting all sorts of other different benefits that weren't necessarily around before. And it's also pretty viable to win on chome. Look, the Harkonnens now are spending their money. They must have been saving up. They've still got some in the bank, so they have jumped into the lead now that they're no longer in the pits and they could buy. We can see our chome graph going up as people buy. We would expect the chome to be very expensive while the spice rate is high. So these Fremen are all over the place. Is this all infiltrators? Or they're just all stealth? Oh no, he's got some hidden tracks. He's going to pick on the Carinos already. We got some aggression, and I think Carino's in big trouble here. Big trouble. Yep, he's starting to run, but ooh, I don't think anyone's getting out of this alive. The desert takes the weak, and I think that's probably our first skirmish. Fremen are laying claim. They're saying, nope, this is gonna be their desert, their Arrakis. Ooh, having your initial military units wiped like that for Carino is gonna be real rough for them. They have not invested really in extra manpower anywhere. They're making +5 a day. They need 30 to make one single more unit. The Fremen have invested. They're making 14 a day. They've got a big army. Oh, depending on what the Fremen are able to manage with their supplies, and we could see that they're rallying and getting resupplied right here at Sietch Burbat out in the neutral territory. The Fremen are going to run rampant around here. They're going to be able to do whatever they want. Now, fortunately for Carino is they haven't been able to expand westwards. There's not anything the Fremen can really take for them. This spice village would be very vulnerable, except it happens to be underneath the Imperial base, and the Fremen aren't going to want anything to do with that. It looks like maybe they're doing a lot of walking, probably just going on a little pillaging parade. They might pillage everything around the Carino base, but I don't think that there's anything they're going to be able to really get their meaty desert hands on to liberate or to pillage proper Carino lands. If they're able to walk all the way around the back, they certainly could get these back a couple ones. That's a long way from home for the Fremen, but he seems committed to it. You love to see some Fremen aggression. He's also got just some random guys out in the map doing some various pillaging. He's got more guys back at home. There's a lot of Fremen troops on the field right now. 54 of 55. Meanwhile, Carino, 0 of 40. Ooh, doesn't feel good. Lucas says maybe pick on the harvester. You could, I mean, you could harass it a little bit, but it's probably more lucrative for the Fremen just to wander about, see what they're doing, as they're just pillaging all of Carino's lands in the back. And if you attack the harvester, it's hard to bring it down because it's got a lot of armor on it. And if he wants to, he could just recall it, and then it'll be safe. Just sort of wasting Fremen time. So I like more that he's... And it does look like he is headed into the backfield. Now, Carino has one village here with 5 heavy militia. And that would be a bit of a fight for this Carino army. He's invested in more militia in the back army. He's militiaing up his towns rather than making troops. He expects the worst, clearly. Now, militia are not as good as troops, but they're very, very cheap manpower-wise. But we've got a Landsrat up, and not a particularly interesting one. Better military tech research, better economy tech research, or extra Landsrat standing. We'll see what people think. Okay, so Carino sticks the Imperial Edict on that, making it very likely that they could grab this just for themselves if they want to. And that's a wise thought, because you don't want... They're already embroidered in a conflict with the Fremen, so they don't want the Fremen getting any faster military tech. The Fremen have plenty already, I would bet. But they need to catch up. There it is. Carino grabs the Scientific Congress just for themselves. Everybody gets research investment, so economy tech is better. And the Rizzler on the Atreides claims extra Landsrat standing for himself. Everybody's still in the medium standing. No one's jumping too far ahead with the Landsrat yet. Let's take a quick... And we do have the Fremen hitting the very backfield. Oh, Carino getting bullied. I believe in my thumbnail today, I did have the Fremen running the Carino face into the ropes. So, lore accurate thumbnail here. Is this going to be a liberate or a pillage is the question. He's smashing buildings for fun. He's burning down the recruitment offices that the Carino needs in order to recruit more troops. There are still no Carino troops in the field. Oh, this feels bad. This feels real bad. We did have one recruitment office up in the back here. He did throw up a missile battery, but it wasn't enough. The Fremen troops, the Fremen army just rolled over the militia too fast. We have one incinerator on the field. It's a bold choice, Cotton. It's gonna be real hard. Question from chat: is there an added benefit between pillaging a player-owned region versus a neutral region? And the answer is yes. Player-owned regions pay out a lot more money for pillaging. I believe it's or at least it used to be calculated on how many buildings were in a village. The more buildings there were, the more money you got for pillaging it. I think they may have changed that. And it's just a static amount now. But it's definitely more lucrative to pillage a player's regions than it is the neutral regions. We've got Fremen to the west, just doing some random pillaging. A third Fremen army further to the west, doing expansion. Oh boy, Carino is in big trouble here. He's got a second. He's going heavy on the incinerators because this is a very... incinerators are usually pretty effective against Fremen because the Fremen have a very melee-heavy compositions in their armies. So the incinerators do pretty good work with their little wide nozzle spray, but you still need some actual troops to do the DPSing. Incinerators are okay, but they're not the be-all end-all of the fight. We did see Harkonnens go way south here and lay claim to the Well of Riches. That's a nice pickup. Well of Riches is big money, and especially if you're able to exploit it too, it's even better. It's really nice to have income that is separate from the spice tax, because right now it is the lowest it can go, 1.5, so nobody's making any money selling spice. As you see, everybody's in the red. Negative income for the Fremen, the Carino, for the Harkonnens. Only the Atreides have managed to stay in the green, as it were. They're making good money. Where's all this money coming from for the Atreides? So they're making good bonus per economic building that they've got doubled behind their base. So that was what I called out early. Extra 30 Solari from that. That's a nice one. They're making good money. Okay, plus 10 Solari for one building of each type over here. So they're making use of some of that, also doubling that again with an investment office. So just some wise building. And even down here, what's getting money here? Okay, money from statecraft building. So he's gone ahead and built a whole bunch of his statecraft down there. I like it. Again, he's making an income that is separate from spice, right? He is selling a lot of spice right now, so he is just raw dogging it right into that bottom rate, but he's making money. Let's see what the Chome's looking like then. Not a ton. He is buying shares. I just saw it go up. I see it more. He's buying 5 shares at a time. So Atreides is picking up shares. Harkonnen's up to 16%. Carino obviously has not picked up anything else. Oh lord, they got problems. It does look like the top spice field got liberated, but Carino has managed. I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't realize they were going straight into fisticuffs. Carino managed to wipe out that back army behind him. It looks like this. Oh my god, did both of them get? No, this one's devastated, so this must have been pillaged. Kulab, they must have gone straight in and pillaged Kulab. Dalpo here is just fine, and then far in the back, Hayram here got freed. Carino gets a little bit of breathing room because they managed to clean up all the trouble in their backfield, but economically, they are in ruins. By having a devastated land here, the devastated is minus 50% to local production, so that's a huge kick in your spice income. It's crushing their recruitment income, their manpower that they need a whole bunch of. Ooh. Up here, what does this village make? Not a lot. This is their agent recruitment village, so I'm sure they're doing fine on agents, but they've got other problems, not agents. And we do have a rally of a whole bunch of Fremen to the west still. They could continue to cause a lot more trouble with Carino if they wanted to, but at this point they almost don't need to. They kind of want to look at their other rivals. Fremen are indeed getting everything they want, and we do see the donkeys coming into play. The mobile turrets. Kenry is a noted donkey enjoyer. Mobile turrets got buffed a while back so that even if they're not shooting air units, they have a pretty respectable power and attack speed. So just the pistol shots off the donkey riders do pretty reasonable range DPS. So Kenry has always liked to add those into his army. And we also see Othame as a hero, which is a very interesting choice. I would say it's off meta, but I guess I don't necessarily know what the Fremen meta is. Typically you see Chani a lot because she is an amazing sort of force multiplier with buffing your stealth army attacks and things. Othame, however, makes units around him, all allied ground units with no units of the same type get a huge boost around him. And then enemy units at long range also deal less damage. And he also slows the speed of stuff that he hits. So he's a pretty aggressive choice. He's sort of the raiding choice, where you put him with an army that has, 1 unit of each type, or just include a couple of those off unit types in order to buff people's damage. And obviously we're seeing that sort of raiding style come in from the Fremen, much to poor Carino's chagrin. Landsrad's up. Controlled markets would be easy. I've got to think that people want to stick that on the Harkonnens. They are the classic target of that. Military investigations. Carino's going to try and stick that on somebody. Maybe on the Fremen, but I'm guessing it doesn't matter. And War of Assassins, who cares? I'm guessing it doesn't matter because the Fremen already have... They're trying to get Stalwart Alliance, but they already have all the tech they want. For the most part. These two are nice to have, but you hardly need them. He's got all the good stuff. What happened there with our Landsrad? Ooh, we got... The Harkonnens managed to deflect and stick it on the Fremen. The Carino did make sure that the Fremen had bad military teching, but that's not going to affect them too badly. And the Atreides gave the Carino, out of the kindness of their heart, 2 extra assassins. Oh, maybe not the kindness of their heart, because it got some Harkonnen taint on it. So they get 2 assassins and minus 30 Landsrad standing. You know what? I'm guessing Carino doesn't even mind. They could use the assassins, honestly. It looks like the Fremen have lightened up, taken their foot off the pedal in punishing Carino. Carino is way behind. So they've managed to get an army up. They're starting to move out and expand again. But look at this. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're 9 regions captured by the Fremen right now. Carino are sitting on 3 currently. Atreides hanging back, doing some very cautious expansion here, not really going hog wild. We did see the Harkonnens pick up that 3rd spice to the north. I'm guessing their spice income's looking pretty good. Harkonnens making 148 spice a day, 65 a day on the Atreides, 43 a day on the Fremen, and 14 a day for Carino. Is Carino gonna miss their tax? No, they've got the stocks saved up. So they'll hit their tax. So one of the nice things is if you don't make any spice, they don't levy a very high tax on you. So they've got that going for them. Let's check our faction summary. Carino has been selling their Chom shares. They're down to just 3%. None picked up by the Fremen. Harkonnens have gone up to 20%. Atreides are still at 14%, so sitting a little static there. Just the Harkonnens been buying up, and we got a battle here. Fremen went in on the Harkonnen region here. I feel like the Harkonnens could fight this, but they seem like they're cautious, and I think they've been running around too much. Fremen have gotten too many free hits on them. See, they're going out and they're going in, they're going out and they're going in, like they're not sure if they want to commit to it, I feel like. And now they're in trouble, and now they're definitely going to lose it. I feel like they could have done better if they had just committed wholeheartedly. They seemed uncertain about what they wanted to do there, and as a result, this relatively small Fremen force here cleans up the Harkonnen army and is gonna. I gotta assume this is at least a liberate, maybe an annex for the Fremen. And we do have the first deep desert surrounded at the same time. It's pretty big, pretty big. So what does a deep desert surround do for the Fremen? Well, you need to pick up... What is it? Is it the Heir of Arrakis? Yes. So he doesn't even have it yet. He needs to pick it up still. Plus 20% authority production per controlled deep desert. And controlled deep deserts grant neighboring villages 2 additional quirks. 2 additional times of the current quirks, and a buff of 20% to those militia power. So it's a huge buff. We do see the toxic vapors come down from the Harkonnens, just sort of spitefully. So the toxic vapors make people lose health per day if they stay in there, so the Fremen have to kind of run their army out. But, you know, as with proper micro, you leave your army outside of the borders, and he even has a siege here. A friendly siege that will happily heal up and supply his units. But he's fallen off of the cap here because he didn't have people on it. He got too excited blowing up that that Thopter up there. So he needs to get back on there and decap. He could have left a guy just standing there. The Rizzler up here, biding his time, playing the old peaceful Atreides. Harkonnens are definitely unhappy about this, but there is not a thing they could do about it. They've managed to rebuild a little bit. But if we take a look at the armies, Fremen are head and shoulders above everyone in command point counts. We do have, 4 units in the queue for the Harkonnens, so they are rebuilding up, but we can see that their military tech is a bit light. They don't have the adrenaline addiction yet for the extra command points. Otherwise, they're doing okay, but they had gone heavy into the econ tech off the start, which is a bit of a disadvantage that our aggressive Fremen players took advantage of. Multiple Rogers in chat. Kenry never plays Chani, and that fight is why. Okay, I have not played. I mean, I've played against Kenry 1,000 times, but I have not played against Kenry in the last several months. So it's quite possible that Othame is now the bread and butter. So this is a loss. This is getting written off. There's more reinforcements coming in, especially this siege here means that he can resupply and heal no matter what. Fremen are feeling good here. There's no conflict on the east, but we do see the base drop come down. So Carino has opted to drop their second base a bit northernly. They don't want none of that Fremen aggro. They'd rather fight the Harkonnens. So this base drop, what does this secure for them? There's all these lands are pillaged, actually. This base trap, in theory, secures some rare elements for him over here. It secures the Imperial Basin, which would be very nice to have. It kind of secures. I'm not sure if that's actually in range of the missile tower. I don't think it'll show me missile tower ranges here. Can I click on them? Yeah, look at it. So the missile range of what the base will defend is a bit short, actually, of the Imperial Basin. Now, he still will have an advantage being able to fight for this if he wants to, but there is a very chunky Harkonnen army. They have taken that aggression seriously, and though they've lost out on the Well of Riches, they've got a big army again, and they are doing some either eastern, looks just like pillaging, not necessarily expansion. Meanwhile, Carino wants these to all not be pillaged so he could try to expand into some of them himself. Above him, there's also the abandoned Imperial Station, which would be nice, a little bit of extra tech speed. This is mostly empty, no big deal. This is empty, no big deal. So not a particularly lucrative base drop, but it'll get him something. It'll get him something. I feel like our poor Carino is maybe a bit shell-shocked by those early attacks. I think I would have liked to see maybe a drop up here, because this one would have helped him secure both the two specials on that side, and as well as give him sort of a forward base to kind of fight against the Fremen in the future. And it's looking like everybody's going to need to fight against the Fremen in the future. It's chat's guess that Kenry will win this. So aggressive. I mean, it is the classic Fremen style. We've got gear regs come up on the Harkonnens, courtesy of the Fremen and the Atreides. Meanwhile, Carino and the Harkonnens were trying to put it on the Fremen, but no luck. The Rizzler got bought off. I wonder if he's thinking of picking on Harkonnens himself. Look, we've got Fremen up here pillaging. There's Fremen over here pillaging. There's Fremen over here and over there. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Some really impressive Fremen play, but also we got to remember, like we talked from the start, just beautiful starting regions, the exact sort of resources and things that you want. Having the fuel cell factory here, the doubled fuel cell, or not fuel cell factory, ceremonial caves. The double ceremonial caves here and there allows you to have plus 20% military unit power across the board for your military, really letting you bully and win those fights. I mean, we saw them really dismantle that Harkonnen army up there without too much trouble. And I would imagine the same is going to continue happening. We do have the new and improved Duncan Idaho on the field for the Atreides. For long years, Gurney Halleck was really the only chance. But Duncan got great buffs. He's going to come and murder some natives to show him off. So what changed with Duncan? Did I close my window? I think I lost in my past notes. I'm going to try and check it out here. What was the Duncan changes, just to give you the full view? Duncan got, for each bonus given by an allied unit, he gains +2 power and +1 armor. Upon his death, all future Duncans get +3 power and 150 more health. His last stand skill now makes enemy melee units have 50% less speed. He gets 100% more speed and 100% more attack speed, and he cannot be controlled. Those are some pretty decent buffs. So that's a pretty decent little rework there for Duncan. He's a fun guy now. While Gurney is the sort of the force multiplier that buffs all your units, Duncan is this dual wielding blender of a unit that gets stronger if you kill him. So he's the DPS of the Atreides side. Carino's trying to grab this region, but the Harkonnens are looking a little belligerent. I wonder if we could see any treaties here. We do have non-aggression pact between the Harkonnens and Carino. We have non-aggression between Carino and the Atreides. And we have non-aggression between the Fremen and the Atreides, and between the Harkonnens and the Atreides. So it's really sort of, it's shaping up to be sort of an east versus west kind of thing currently. Now, that's not going to stand forever, because the Atreides are not in a position, they don't have the mapped position really to be able to let the Fremen get away with what they want. At some point, there's going to need to be some punishment handed on down. What's our Chom market look like at the moment? Harkonnens up to 25%. Nobody else is buying. Carino has sold off basically all of their shares. Atreides have been static for a long, long time. It's interesting. 25% in month 4 is not too shabby. Not too shabby. I bet they wish they hadn't lost the Well of Riches, but they're not feeling too bad. They are definitely not going into a very expansionish kind of Harkonnen play here. Sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4 regions currently. They gotta be like authority capped or something, right? They're sitting at 442 authority. They certainly could annex things if they wanted to. I'm a little surprised they haven't picked up Sandfall. Sandfall's a nice pickup. Harkonnens are pretty tech hungry. There's a lot of different technologies they like to research, and Sandfall, with its paying out paying out knowledge per Solari upkeep, lets you build a bunch of really expensive buildings here and then get a great return from it. Indeed, they've also got +1 to research hubs in this land, which is great for research hubs are fairly expensive, so you'd be happy to build 2 of them there. And +20 Solari per enemy unit dying in allied territory. This is an incredible trait for the Harkonnens, because anytime they end up smashing a rebellion, he's not even going into this oppression buildings. It's a different kind of Harkonnen playstyle. I like some oppression myself. And when you're oppressing a lot, you get rebellions. And when you kill your rebellions, if you've got this scavenger network quirk, it's paying out extra money every time you put down those rebellions. Okay, we're seeing some southern expansion, but the Fremen are here to cause trouble. And this is a very winnable fight, though I'm a little leery of this army composition. He needs these other guys with him. All the gunners are left at home, all the executioners are up in the front. And he doesn't want anything. Look at this. This is definitely a winnable fight for the Harkonnens. I mean, the Fremen have half their army scattered around the map still. This is half of a Fremen force, and it is a whole Harkonnen force. But the Harkonnens are running for the hills. Though they're sitting at 64 CP, they could definitely bully that one. But Kenry's got the lobby scared, and they're running from the Fremen. Looking good, looking good. What are our Atreides friends up to? They just appear to be continuing to sort of slowly expand. Let's crack open the diplomacy. They've got trade agreement and political agreement with the Fremen. They've got a research agreement and a trade agreement with the Carino. They've got a trade agreement and a research agreement with the Harkonnens. Atreides are playing all sides. They're just trading with everybody right now. Living in peace, making some money. Not too much money. They're certainly not investing it in the Chom market, but they're doing all right. We see on hegemony here, Fremen sitting at 15k and a +19 already. Has he got craft workshops up somewhere? Indeed he does. Craft Workshop has gone up back in the Acid Lakes. Another one back in the Great Volcano. And those are the only specials he's got access to right now. We got battle. The Harkonnens are coming in. However, they did give the Fremen time to consolidate their forces, so it's mostly a consolidated Fremen army here. Now it's certainly, I'm a little less certain who might win this one. It does look like a pretty chunky Harkonnen force, though, so we'll see how it goes. Do we have any district bonuses for everybody? Yes, we've got a 3 district bonus for extra military health for the Harkonnens. 3 as well on the Fremen, though. What do we have? We've battle. We'll have to check that Landsrat out in a second. Harkonnens are targeting squishy stuff in the back with their executioners and doing a decent job kiting with their gunners. It's looking pretty good at the moment, although we got Landsrat guards just came in for the Fremen. That's funny. I think he's being maybe a little... Carino's coming. They want some of this pie. They're coming in to help their Harkonnen friends, and though the Thumper went down to the east, I gotta think by the Fremen here. Carino, we see Othame is booking it for the hills. He doesn't want any of this. The brave Fremen Fedaykin are going to be swept up by the combined might of the Harkonnen and Carino army. And I think the Harkonnens were winning that, even without the Carino being there. But Carino just really hates the Fremen and just wanted to kill some of them. And it's looking like Harkonnens are using that big bank of authority, lay claim to this village here, lay claim to the Well of Riches again, reclaim their ancestral Well of Riches homeland. Meanwhile, behind the facade, Atreides just chilling out. They don't even have an army. Atreides sitting on 15 of 55. Well, that's interesting. It's one way to keep the costs down. Although we can see the Fremen now are going all in on their second desert surround here. These two, like I said, that they need to hold, and they'll be easy to hold if they're friends with the Atreides, which appears to be holding. Harkonnen's calling out, guys, Fremen have no army. Well, the Fremen died, but they are coming back. What's our resource count look like? Okay, a little low on the manpower for the Fremen. You can see these are fighting numbers. Once you get up to about 30 manpower a day, that's about what you're looking at to be able to replace your losses, to be able to maintain a military kind of campaign. 12 a day, and he's sitting on a 300 bank and making no units. This is the peaceful. This is the I'm friends with everybody kind of thing. The Rizzler making no military units, and if you're not at war, every military unit that's sitting around not doing anything is a liability, right? You got to pay upkeep for those boys. Harkonnen's pushing even further ahead, laying claim to the middle spice field. Very nice for them. Also, further ahead, laying claim to the space wreck. Now, their friends, the Carino, are not going to be particularly happy about that. No, okay, this is just a pillage then. Not an annex. Just a pillage. Carino feeling brave enough to head to the west, take this region, which is not a very good region, but strategically located at the very least. And they did manage to grab the good regions up around their Imperial base there. Our army building. It looks like the Fremen are a little low to rebuild their army. Maybe they didn't have quite the manpower bank that they needed. Yeah. Slow to rebuild. I think the losses are coming into play a little bit. They're going to have a hard time. If the Harkonnens want to keep pushing here, when they really ought to, I think both of these regions could be in trouble. Though we do have a bit of a bunker here. We've got two very close villages together, both with missile turrets, with arcs of fire that will cover each other. We've got some various thumpers going down, trying to keep people either safe or get people in trouble, while the Fremen are trying to rebuild here. And they're not going to be able to hold this, but it looks like the Harkonnens are not going full pedal to the metal retribution campaign. They grabbed the territory they wanted, and they're falling back now. That is a delicious 4 spice plus Well of Riches on the Harkonnens, though. Plus 242 a day. They're making almost as much as the entire lobby put together, spice-wise. Current spice rate is terrible at 1.5, but they are full banking. 17 days, they will be able to sell at a 2.3, which is a very favorable rate. So they're in a good spot. They're good. They're not making money right now. They're actually losing money right now, but they're well prepared to make big money in the future. Atreides just not making a ton, but enough, a decent amount of money rolling in. No more, just like 20 more shares they picked up. 165 on the Atreides. Harkonnens have climbed up to 29%. I gotta think 30% is right around the corner for them. Maybe not this month, since they're pretty broke. But the Fremen and Carino are also fairly broke as well. Carino slowly expanding. Let's check people's tech. Carino could kill a couple of harvest teams with assassins. That's true. That's the classic spite play. Are they still sitting on their assassins? They had 2 of them for free. Maybe they used them. The classic spite play is the harvesting teams from the Fremen can be killed by assassins. So if you've got assassins and you really hate your Fremen neighbors, you can walk invisible assassins out. Boom, they one-shot the enemy harvesting team. And it is incredibly annoying as the Fremen, because you don't even really get you get like a little ding. So if you're not paying close attention, you don't even see that it happens necessarily. So it's very easy to miss and just not have some guys on spice fields. Look, there's nobody on a spice field down here, and I'm sure the Fremen wish there was. I bet he was a target of those assassins. But yeah, that was a good win for the Harks. That puts them back in the driver's seat. They're looking good on the Chom front here. They're going to be making big money, and nobody else is in that big money making space. Fremen are very strong militarily, and they are coming back to fight. That's not even a full army. Maybe it is. 64 CP? No, they're still making stuff back at base. I think there's probably still some stuff strung out. There's at least one guy back there. At least there's a spire over here randomly shooting some stuff or just hanging out. But no, they've backed off. They have not gone in. We're going to get another Landsrad coming up. Harks are in a good spot. They might be able to press. They've got a lot of territory still to pillage for money. Nobody else is contesting them, particularly in the Chom front now. Chom contracts come up. Carino's going to try and jump on this. Atreides sitting on 250 votes. They have gone. They get that from their triple blue, right? I think that was changed. It used to be 100. Now it's 150 votes for having 3 blue districts. So the political power is all in the Atreides side of things. We haven't seen anyone pick up any council, any charters yet, though. Atreides are definitely going to want to do that. They look like they're certainly in the driving seat politically if they wanted to be. But not having any charters by now is a bit of a slowdown for them. Extra Chom shares for Carino as voted by... No, extra Chom shares for the Atreides as voted by Carino. I wonder if that was a deal or if it was... It's got the taint on it as well. Did the Carino at the last minute decided they didn't want the Chom shares? They wanted to avoid the taint? I don't know. It's unclear what happened. Harkonnens get cheaper manpower thanks to the grace of the minor houses, and everybody gets worse blue statecraft. And we do have the Fremen are coming in, clearing out. Spicefield number 4, Harkonnen army is flying in to drop right on their heads. This is a Harkonnen victory in my books here. Despite this Fremen army being pretty big and chunky, I think the Harkonnen army is very good. We've got Raban here, who popped his ability, making everybody uncontrolled and berserk, so they're all fighting. It's looking like it's trading pretty well Fremen-wise. It's going to be a close one. But not if Carino comes in. Notable Fremen haters, the Carino, and for good reason. Yet again, Othame heads off into the desert and is going to hitch a worm ride back home, as his army once again gets annihilated. I looked like the Harkonnens were maybe taking that well, but certainly once Carino shows up, it's not in the Fremen's favor anymore. The trouble is, that's not really helping Carino at all. It's just kind of spiteful against the Fremen. The Harkonnens are reaping all of the benefit here. Fremen calling out the Harkonnen Chom up to 33%, and I don't think we're even at the good spice rate yet. Okay, the Harkonnens did turn on to full sell, which is a little strange. They just wanted to get to it, I guess, but they're still at the bottom of the barrel spice rate here. It's going to go up very good, but also the spice rates affect strongly the market price. When the rate is very low and people are stockpiling, the price of the market will go down. And when the rate is very high and people are selling, the price of the market will go up, in addition to it going down and up based on people buying and selling shares. The Atreides have woken up and bought a bunch of shares as well. They've jumped straight up to 23%, but Harkonnens at 33% is clearly saying that they're planning on a bit of an economic victory here. Are we anywhere with hegemony? We're not. All right, 19 a day is very low daily hedge boost. So even with all of the land that the Fremen have, because they don't have a ton of special regions, they don't have a lot of hegemony to show for it, right? I mean, 18 is a lot more than everybody else, but it's nowhere near the 30k you need to win. Is this the Super Squeezing Spice Bowl? It is, Sean Smith. This is the Super Squeezing Spice Bowl. Thank you for joining us. It looks like the Harkonnens are bullying the Fremen out again a little bit. Down to the space wreck. Are they going to pillage it? I gotta think so. Yep, another pillage here. The Fremen have declined a trade from the Atreides. The Fremen have accepted a trade from Corino. So Corino and the Fremen have buried the hatchet. Trade agreement goes up and non-aggression pact goes up. So Corino has agreed with Kenry's explaining the economic problem that the lobby is in right now. Yeah, so I think Kenry might have made an implacable enemy out of Corino, and the game could be gift wrapped to the Harks. You would think that, but it appears that Corino not so implacable at all. Yeah, they signed the treaty just as you typed that out, exactly. Corino can see reason here. They've managed to kick in the Fremen teeth a little bit and earn a little bit of their honor back, so they're not feeling quite as spiteful. They've signed a treaty. We're starting to see the very slow buildup of an Atreides force here. Look at this guy, all the way up to 48 CP. And the Fremen again are struggling to refill their losses fast enough. They're making 44 manpower a day, which is a huge amount. But they just got to get that turned into armies in the field, and then not have those armies get killed by a Harkonnen Corino sandwich. You're in the right place. Yeah, pull up a tall beer, grab some peanuts. We're at the Spice Bowl. I think it's gonna be chill for a while, is my guess here, and that really only benefits the Harkonnens. It probably ought not be chill because Harks are up to 36%, and no one else is. Oh, let's look at this income, this daily income right now. We must have turned over to the good spice rate, and it's gonna become a better spice rate. So everybody is hard selling for the most part. Harkonnen's hard selling into a 4.3 rate, making them a tasty 900 a day. They were making 1,300 a minute ago. Probably gotta oppress another spice region or something. 342 spice a day coming in for the Harkonnens. They're selling almost all of it. They might as well sell all of it. They've got enough to pay their stockpile. They should just hard sell. Fremen managed to climb up to 20k, which would be concerning for people, but actually the Fremen don't have a lot of space left to expand. They are going to be able to grab this, which will give them another desert surround, which is funny, but that's just 600 hedge there. They want this for sure. Everyone wants the space cruiser wreck, not only because it's, space cruiser parts are nice to get for free, but because it's just it's another special region that you might be able to put some craft workshops down on, get a little more daily hedge cooking. 19 is not enough to power you to victory. The Harkonnens will be able to chome that high before you get there. So I think the principal threat of the lobby right now is the Harks just making a wild bank and choming to victory. Currently at 1.7k a day, more than double the entire lobby put together. Whew, it's gonna be rough. We do have Speaker of the Council up, finally, and we do have an upvoted Eye of the Council to come up for the next one, so political charters starting to come online, and I gotta think these are all Atreides. These are all Atreides if they want. Does controlling a deep desert give hedge? It does not give hedge, but it gives a huge boost to your authority, which, kind of translates into hedge if you use it to take other stuff. There it is, the easiest speaker vote in the history. That is a very strong lockdown for the House Atreides. Very nice. Very nice. Infrastructure control goes for everybody, cheaper buildings across the board, and everybody gets lousier military tech. Should have gotten it by now if you didn't have it already. We do see some Fremen armies that are hanging out to the west, no longer battling straight up with the Harkonnens. But I'm sure they want to. Harks sitting with their big military force in the middle. Still a lot of money for the Harks right now. Chome market 39% on the Harks. They are flirting with that dangerous 40%. Of course, once you get to 40%, your name pops up on the big scoreboard here, and everybody knows that you're doing it. You're doing it. I think if you get to 40%, to me, when I play, if I see someone at 40%, that is like, okay, we gotta go kill that guy right now, right? I mean, that is, you can sort of boom from there up an extra 10% before someone can stop you. And the thing with the Chom victory, right? Even if you liberate a couple villages, you burn down his army, you still can't necessarily stop the Chom. You got to really cripple someone's economy or have your own booming economy to be able to contest the shares. Still a massive income for the Harkonnens. Oh, they definitely are in the driver's seat here. Sluggish 7-5, looking real good on the economic victory, and I'm a little surprised we haven't seen. Kenry's calling out there, Chom. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a bit more aggression from the lobby here. I mean, this is all hands on deck, in my opinion. You cannot let Harks sit at 39% when only the Atreides have some shares. Nothing from Carino, nothing from Fremen. If you don't have 2 or 3 people contesting the shares. Hark's sitting on a bank of 8.5k. I wonder what shares are currently costing. Purchase price 300 times what, 20? So it'd be like 6,000 Solari to buy 20 shares. Hark's sitting on 9k and it's going up rapidly. Oh boy. Okay, we're seeing some aggression here. Fremen are going in. Carino's here to help. We see the Fremen and Carino speaking a lot. We don't know what they said, but they're speaking. And we see that the Fremen accepted the Imperial Mandate. 2 free Sardaukar from Carino.
Arrakis belongs to the Fremen.
You love to see it. Be a goldfish. Don't remember those grudges. Do what's best for your own chance to win the game. Now, Carino did jump the gun a little bit and ran out into that territory. And everybody ran out of water and started dying. So they do need to pull back. So if the Harkonnens were ready to jump on and fight, they'd be in a good position. But they are instead going for pillaging some of the back territory, pillaging some Carino lands. Again, looking all like they're all in on the bank. We need the Rizzler here to get some sort of Atreides army put together. He is not quite maxed out, but he's getting close, and he needs to be punishing some of these Harkonnen lands. Hark's sitting on 15k, go for his spice now. I mean, easy peasy. If you're Atreides, you take this opportunity to say, nope, this is actually my spice up here. By rights, it always was. At the very least, it's easy peasy spice. Harkonnens won't be able to really defend it. So Fremen are up here liberating some Harkonnen territory. Carino went back. Harkonnen are pulling the trigger. They're buying shares up to their 40%. They're sitting on a 3k bank, making almost a 13k bank, making almost 2k a day. There's not a ton of shares for sale currently. We only see 18, 19, 20. I'm guessing those are going to get bought up pretty soon. Yep, 42%. Harkonnens are hard buying. They're doing it. They're rushing for the victory. If Hark wins, it will be all Atreides' fault. I sort of agree. We need some... so Carino's going in. Fremen are pedal to the metal. We need some action out of the Atreides here. At the very least, you need to take a spice region off of them. Maybe take Sandfall off of them. Who knows? Sandfall's actually costing him money, but this one up here, this northern spice region, you should. That's definitely yours. Go get that, Atreides. And it looks like maybe they're making that walk up there. We do see Carino over here hitting the eastern spice field. Their fourth spice field is getting liberated. The Well of Riches is gonna get liberated, but we gotta fight. Harkonnens are gonna commit to fighting the Atreides here. They got a decent spot. Double bunker, 2 missile turrets firing at the Fremen. Fremen hate fighting into missile turrets again because their heavy melee armies take disproportionate amounts of damage. We've got a thumper down to try to keep people off the sand, it looks like. Oh, but the Harkonnens are maybe suffering. Are they suffering from their minus water? So no, that's not bad. Harkonnens clean that Fremen army up. This is a liberate going on back there. We do have the Atreides striking in the north. Only 43% for the Harkonnens. So the big problem for the Harkonnens now, sitting on decent banks, although the Carino's got a decent bank as well now. The big problem is there's just not enough shares to buy. They could buy 20 more, but they need time. Time. And we see actually that Carino's got themselves a chunky spice income, and they're starting to climb up economically. Are they buying Chom shares? I certainly hope they are. They are not. They ought to be. If you are fighting against... okay, so we've got a big Carino battle against the Harkonnens. Carino drops the orbital bombardment on them, but they're actually in a bit of trouble here because they are out of water. And that is going to be devastating. The supply drop alone. They did manage the orbital strike to drop some missiles on the Harkonnen heads, but in the end of the day, the orbital missiles are less impactful than everybody just being really, really thirsty. And the Carino army gets wiped out. Harkonnen's looking good, but I think they got a ways to go to be able to clean up those last couple of shares. Atreides up here, though they are also a bit low on water. Speaker of the Council up. Oh, we've got the portfolio scrutiny. All factions cannot buy Chom shares, and I wouldn't be surprised if this gets an imperial edict on it thanks to Carino. And selling Chom shares grants hegemony instead of Solari. Very interesting. I don't think the Harks particularly care about hegemony right now. They still want all the shares they can get, but okay, so we got taint on the Landsrad support. Speaker of the Council could be even Carino. Look, Carino has committed to the political play, gone up to 400 base votes. We'll see how that goes, but we can check our Carino base. So they've got a military base here, and their second base, their main base, went for 3 blues along with the doubling, district bonus doubled from the Emperor's Monument. How did it fall out? Yes, all factions cannot buy Chom shares. That's not the worst thing in the world for the Harkonnens, really, but it buys everyone more time to kick him in the face. Easy Speaker of the Council for the Atreides, and Landsrad support for the Fremen for 5 Landsrad Punishers. Punishers got buffed a lot as a way to blow up bases. Where is stuff rallying to these days? Where are your Punishers coming from? Where are your Punishers at? All the way in the back, maybe? Yes. The Punishers must have spawned way in the backfield. And they're trying to cause trouble for the Harkonnens back here. I think they're going to end up cleaned up. Punishers are not particularly good just fighting units. They're okay. Pretty decent power, low attack speed, low armor. They're just strong ranged units. Where they really excel is Punishers get a... ranged demolition, ignores half of enemy armor. Oh yeah, 200% damage against a main base, right? So your Punishers are your base blowing up units. This looks like it's gonna go... Is this even being anything yet? I can't tell. Is it being sieged down? Okay, it's being liberated. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't showing. This one is also being liberated. Although I think the Harkonnens will be able to stop this if they really want to. All they got to do is sort of push in, and they'll be able to fold up these Punishers. The Punishers are, again, really cool for... there's a random Carino tank in here. Punishers really cool for blowing up bases, but they're not your mainline fighters. It does buy a little bit of time for the Fremen down here. Looks like they're going to get... Maybe if the Harkonnens have a force, they might be able to airfield down. Carino coming in for round 2. Let's hope they brought some supplies with them this time. Atreides just gets the liberate back there. They were sitting on a chunk of authority. I'm sort of surprised they didn't annex that, but alright. You do you. In comes the Carino, giving another shot. And while this is a big old chunk of Sardaukar, this better, I was going to call it a combined force, but it's almost all gunners. This slightly better combined force, I think, for the Harkonnens will clean up this Sardaukar chunk. You got to be careful you don't want to trickle in with your army. You want to make sure that you're reconstituting a full force before you go getting in fights with people. It's not quite 0 hour, you know, it's not the time that you need to just throw whatever you can at the wall and see what sticks. Harkonnens have been static at 43%. Nobody can buy any shares right now, so you got a little bit of time. And the Harks are actually losing big money right now. We got a huge bank. Carino is making their money. So maybe the Hark threat is a bit mitigated. They lost 2 spice fields and their special region, and they've had to spend a lot on manpower, I think, just to keep their army up. they're the lowest army on the map right now. Everybody else been able to fight. This got ceasefired? Maybe he ceasefired thinking he would keep the Harkonnens out, but here comes the Harkonnens anyways. People might be starting to worry about Fremen hegemony. I think the Harkonnens are still a bigger concern, but I will say the Harkonnens aren't making a whole lot of money right now. I guess they're full banking. They're not gonna pay their spice tax, which is gonna be a bigger problem for them actually. Here's another ceasefire, goes down. I guess keeps the Harkonnens from fighting, but it also keeps the Fremen from being able to get the cap. And the Fremen gotta run because he doesn't want to die. Wait, Athame's still here. He does want to die? It's unclear. Ceasefire's up in a little bit. Carino didn't hear no bell. He's headed back in to hit the eastern spice field of the Harkonnens while they are busy down south. Nobody's doing anything. Now this is clever. So because this circle overlaps this other region, a ceasefire in this region allows him to sit in the circle in the other region while still contesting the cap. That's very annoying. It's very annoying. Lucas says the Harks have dried out. I agree. I think the Harks have dried out. I don't think there were quite enough shares or quite enough money for them to boom the way they wanted to. They're going to get this cleanup. They need to get someone on this point. It is definitely a tactical misplay by not just having someone stand here, because they did let the Fremen finish the cap. And though they're going to be able to clean up this army, I believe, I think so, they ought to. It's funny that we're seeing so many Harpies. Harpy play coming out here. Harpies are relatively low damage, but they do AoE, and they execute enemies underneath a certain health. Also, very strong against the Fremen if the Fremen don't have donkeys to fight with. Now, the Fremen do have some spires, but spires are high DPS, low power, some decent armor on the Harpies. The Harpies might even be able to trade effectively with the spires. We've got Carino up here. Carino just liberating. And Fremen up to 26.6k. So now things are starting to get interesting, right? Because you want to stop the Harkonnens. No one's taken any shares from them. They're still sitting at 42%, right? And Carino hasn't used their banks to go into it either. Money-wise, Harkonnens currently broke. They've suffered a lot from the attention of the lobby here. 27k in the bank for Carino, 10k in the bank for the Fremen. I think they're going to be able to fight off this Chom win here. Harkonnens need a lot of time and a lot of space to be able to rebuild an economy. If Carino and the Fremen just started buying up shares on their own, they would help to dilute the controlling interests of the Harkonnens and I think stave it off. But the question is, oh, and it's already started. The question is, can the Fremen hold on to their wide-ranging and expansive territory, because they are starting to climb towards a hedge victory here. Meanwhile, Judge of the Council comes up. No, Eye of the Council comes up, not Judge. Judge is upvoted, so Judge will come up next round. Eye is the current vote. Extra agents is no particular big deal at this time. Harkonnens say they have negative 28 gold. I will sell, don't worry. 26k hedge Fremen. So Harkonnens trying to deflect, and they're not wrong. All of that is accurate. He is probably not a Chom threat right now. All factions suffer extra upkeep. This would actually be devastatingly bad for the Harkonnens, who are already suffering, and it does pass. Eye of the Council gets snagged by House Carino over here. And Fremen are actually eligible for the Dune governorship as well currently. Fremen up to 28k. And they're fighting. What's the Fremen bank look like? Now they are out of authority, so they can't. So they're just kind of spitefully fighting some Atreides territory here. It looks like probably an aggressive, peaceful annex from the Atreides. that the Fremen are going to clean up, but not committing to the battle yet. They're a little lighter on command points than the Atreides right now. Atreides got a pretty decent army, not exactly maxed out, but close enough.
Awaiting orders.
Heavy on the support drones. I think it's a pretty good surround, actually. I think maybe the Fremen were able to use their hidden tracks and get in here, and got a decent fight on them. It's looking really Fremen favored. Wow, the Fremen are cutting through this, I think. The Spires in the back, cleaning up some ranged units. The AoE from the Fedaykin can really turn stuff. There was too big the Atreides army was too clumped up, and they got kind of the Fremen's got a bit of a surround on them, and those early Fedaykin AoE hits really caused some serious trouble. So, much more decisive than I would have expected, but the Fremen cleaned that up handily. They do have their second deep desert surround. Now that's largely an economic boost on a lot of these adjacent regions. Look at this guy right here, times 5. He's not even really making use. This one down here, is this also adjacent to it? Yep, this is also a times 5 of +1 militia slots. You could probably, what is this village? It doesn't even have any militia, but you could probably build, I don't know, 10 guys there. Okay, so we've got Carino in the east, has broken their treaty with the Fremen and are liberating the Well of Riches that was taken. I'm surprised they're liberating. Why not just annex it? You're capped out, Carino. Just take it for yourselves. Harkonnens are doing what looks to be a little pillaging, trying to rebuild their stores. No, nothing getting annexed for the Fremen, and this is a special getting decapped. It looks like he's prepping to worm ride in on it, because if he wants victory, he's gotta be able to defend that special. Yep, there goes the worm. And I think the Fremen are gonna clean up this Carino force, just like they did in the days of yore. There they go. We do got some nicely offset artillery drones. I like that a lot. Artillery drones way in the back. Dropping some bombs. Getting some good damage on the Fremen, but I think the Fremen are going to clean it up. The Harkonnens are coming to try to help. Maybe a little too late. The main Harkonnen army is out of position. Oh, I don't know. Oh, they got to get those Carinos off there. Kill these last couple Carino guys and you at least break the siege. I don't know if they're gonna get Armsham though. Nope, I think the siege is gonna hold. The Fremen have failed. And because the Harkonnen reinforcements have arrived. Atreides are coming in for round 2 to clean that up. And it's looking like the Fremen hegemony push is gonna be beaten back. Now, how far did our Harkonnens go? Our Harkonnens made good on their promise to sell a bit, and they dipped back down to 39%. They're in the green again, making a little bit of money, but not like they were before. What did Carino spend their money on? I guess that Carino probably bought up 100 shares or so. Just picked up when the Harkonnens sold, maybe. Hard to say. It looks like Carino and the Harkonnens are properly playing nice with each other. Let's check our diplomatic status again real quick here. War between the Fremen and everybody, and then non-aggression between everybody else. Makes sense. It's wild that there's a trade agreement between the Harkonnens and the Atreides. It's dangerous. Atreides, nope, that just got broken. Now we now have war between the Harkonnens and the Atreides. So just Carino at peace with the Harkonnens and the Atreides, and everybody else at war. Fremen dropped down to 26. What's their daily look like? Their daily's at 29. That's not too bad. So if you make 29 a day, you're making what? 290 every 10 days. Every month, you're making almost 900. That's not too bad. that is, one route to victory is just trying to hang on to the status quo and pay your tax and let that passive push you over to the lead. Slightly more on Carino, plus 32, but they're so far behind. They're not going to catch up unless they get some really, really big land pickups. 19 on the Atreides is pretty small, and they're also far behind. Harkonnen's basically out of the hedge game entirely. We do have the 500 Landsrad standing on the Atreides, though, so they might be pushing politically. Let's check our Landsrad. What's up? The governorship is upvoted. That's going to come into play next round. And the Atreides will have just slightly the most votes, but all that has to happen is, so it looks like the Carino's not even eligible for it, so it would be between Fremen and Atreides. So everyone's going to just make Fremen the governor. We shall see. We got a battle over there. We got the Fremen jumping in on the Atreides, trying to take their lands. But first, Dune governorship, or almost more importantly, loss of rights. Nope, loss of rights got re-rolled by the Atreides thanks to Speaker of the Council. They don't want none of that stuff. They don't want none of that. So I gotta say, if you see something like this, you definitely don't let Atreides hold it, because they're a possible contender to being able to keep it. Fremen would never be able to keep it, so you vote them in to be the governor, and then you just make sure that you're going to vote them out of governor for the next council that comes up. You could do that either by loss of rights coming up, or you could do that by upvoting the Dune governorship charter again, so that it comes back on the menu. Controlled markets would sort of dampen everyone's economic effects. War of the Assassins. Okay, so there is a Fremen governor, just as I thought. No thank you on the controlled markets, courtesy of 520 Harkonnen votes. And 2 free assassins for the Atreides via the minor houses. Okay. Ignore this 29 days till the Fremen win on Dune governorship. They do not have any political ambitions. They will not hold that unless something incredible happens. There is a large skirmisher force trying to fight a large warden force, which is a bit like throwing rocks at a rock wall to see what happens. But the skirmishers are slowly? Yeah, okay, I guess maybe the Fedaykin are doing a pretty good job here. The skirmishers are just cheering them on. Skirmishers, of course, have 6 power. Wardens have 6 armor, so a skirmisher will do about 1 damage per attack to a warden. However, coming in, 2 more wardens arrive with a couple of assassins. They just need to kill this one Fedaykin here, and then the skirmishers will all just have to wander off. Some of the skirmishers do wander off, indeed. The other Atreides, or the other Fremen force, is looking at this Carino land over here. They're gonna need more guys there. That's not quite enough, and I think the Atreides are gonna clean this up too. The Rizzler, a noted warden enjoyer, once again putting them to good use. Wardens hit like weak noodles, but incredibly hard to kill. All right, we've got the ride in for the Idli a la Krab. And wait, no, where are they going? They're headed north. No, they're jumping on the siege turrets first. The artillery drones. That's wise. And blasting into the AoE with the altar. The Fremen flagship is up, of course. And he has opted for... Will it tell me what he has? Sky facade, can't be seen outside of combat, so he's opted for the stealth for it. Fremen looking pretty good against Carino here, but the Harkonnens are going to come in and stick their thumb on the scale and once again give the Fremen some grief. Atreides did clean up that northern region, and the Fremen are down to 27k, about to drop by a whole bunch, 25.4k. And we're back to anyone's game, folks. Othaim's running, but he's got a bunch of Harkonnens on his butt. I don't know if he's gonna make it. Okay, Harkonnen's buying Chome again. That's bold, Harkonnens. They're making some money, but not enough to be buying Chom up. There's a lot of Chom shares for sale. They're still very expensive. This is, what, 6,000 per 20 shares. And the Harkonnens aren't making that much money. They're pulling in 600 a day. I don't know, maybe you go towards it, but I still feel like if you climb up to 42 or 43, that's still just telling the lobby to come jump on your back again. So this does also break the second deep desert surround. Do we have another trade between Atreides and Carino? It looks like Carino has just been handing out Sardaukar to the Atreides, you know, just like they did in the books. Although these Sardaukar are probably a bit nicer. We do have a big force of Fremen marshalling at the siege deep in Atreides lands now. Probably ready for a backstab. You love to see it. And there's House Carino wants to trade again, but Atreides has declined it. So there's some back alley wheeling and dealing. Big old bear, the Jammy Dodger. Headed back to the beginning of the stream. Well, when you get back to this point, welcome, brother. Thanks for joining us. We're having a final time here. 112 in the chat. Love to see it. Thank you, everybody. This game looks like we're going to go the distance. Although, admittedly, we're only in month 8, which would have been a very early finish. Would have been a very early finish to close out at month 8. You typically see a game go much more like 10-ish months these days, especially anything that's closely contested. So, what are these Atreides up to? Are they trying to... It looks like maybe the Well of Riches is up for capture again. He's going to get that, for sure. A big old bank of authority for the Fremen. Big old bank on the Harkonnens that they're not using to annex anything. Harkonnens are still... They're trying to keep a lot of this stuff as neutral territory so that they can earn money from pillaging it. Up to 41% Chom for the Harkonnens. Atreides down to 18%. Did they sell off a bunch? I could swear that they had more. I don't know why the I thought the Atreides were at like 20-something%, but maybe I'm wrong. Hark's coming in. They don't like this. Oh, this got ceasefired? The Atreides ceasefired this, which I believe will stop the annex timer here, right? Thus buying time for the Harkonnens to come down and punish these uppity Fremen trying to take territory. Will the Fremen be able to get any more resources here? They have one guy over here. What happened with Carino? Did Carino get cleaned up all the way? Because there was one Fedaykin here who was on this spice cruiser. Is Carino all dead? No, they've got 55 guys somewhere. Where's the Carino guys at? So we got a battle here. Some Carino guys, a whole bunch of Harkonnens. They're going to clear out those Fremen. There's a whole bunch of renegades causing trouble in the Carino backfield. There's a handful of Carino units there. A handful of Fremen units down there. Did this get liberated? The White Rift. White Rift is a big one. Why haven't I been paying more attention to who owned the White Rift? Dune governorship. Back on the menu. And this time it is going to go towards the Atreides, which is going to make things a little more complicated. Now, the Atreides don't need to vote at all, because the Fremen can't do anything about it, and the rest of the lobby needs to... Well, the Lesser Lobby actually wants this to be loss of rights, but that's not going to stop the Atreides from getting Dune governorship. I wouldn't think. So the play here is for the lobby probably to vote loss of rights. That kicks everybody out of their offices, but the Atreides first will be able to grab Dune governorship for themselves, which means there'll be a knife fight in the next Landsrad to see if the Atreides will be able to marshal enough votes to keep it. But I feel like that's going to be a long shot, with Carino sitting on 400 base votes. It might have worked if loss of rights doesn't pass, because they'll keep their Speaker of the Council. but loss of rights does pass. So they lose Speaker of the Council, they pick up Dune governorship, they spent all of their influence on it though. I wouldn't have dumped it all, I would have tried to keep some of it. He's making a lot. He'll have at least 600-700 by the time the next council rolls around, but I don't think that's going to be enough to bully the rest of the lobby. Carino held on to all of their influence, almost guaranteeing that they'll be able to kick the governorship out, I guess. That's my guess. I don't think governorship's going to happen, despite the Atreides holding on to it. I think what they needed, I think it's hard to work through it. I think what Atreides wanted was loss of rights to fail, and then they wanted to win governorship by like not putting any votes into it because everybody else needed them to win it, right? But nobody else voted for it. I don't know. An interesting lands red. We'll see how it plays out. Meanwhile, the Fremen have been kicked back quite a bit, but they did sneak back here and grab this White Rift. Has this been empty before? Did they own this before but it got liberated? I don't know. But White Rift is, of course, an extremely important territory because it pays out 100% more for craft workshops. And we see a craft workshop immediately being built by the Fremen here, which will add to their... And the Carino doesn't like it. It looks like they're headed down south. This craft workshop... Carino's sitting on 60 a day, though. Whew. They must have gone all in on it. So what is all in? 1 special, 2 specials, 3 specials? And yeah, so they have done the Carino all in. So the Carino all in is you build these propaganda offices which are spending your authority. So it's basically a big nerf to your ability to expand in the future, but boosting the local production. And in this case, the local production is hegemony. So they've got 2 craft workshops being boosted by 2 propaganda offices. Likewise over here, propaganda office, craft workshop. Over here, not yet. You should definitely build those up here too. Don't forget about that one. Carino's going to come in. Now if Carino picks up the White Rift, that would be quite a boon. Spice tax 2 days. But it's not going to be enough. They're at 27.8. They would need to be at like 28.6 or something to be close enough to maybe be able to pull it out with passive hedge here. So yeah, there will be a very, very soon spice tax. 1 day on the spice tax is going to be an extra 1,200 for the Fremen, putting them up to about 29. And then, is there anything left that they can annex? They are sitting on a big pool, but there's not really free territory. This stuff's in the back here's all been pillaged. I don't know what they would even hope to take. And the only chance they have is to actually hold this territory here. And it looks like the Carino just won that fight. We do have a rebuilt Fremen army up there. They might be able to come worm down to contest it. 29.1 on the Fremen with a 40 a day, so they still need 20 days or so to hold. We're seeing some guerrilla warfare. The Fremen are trying to keep him busy and contest this. At the same time, these guys here are thumping. That might have been a blunder. I think maybe they didn't all get put together. Only one Fedaykin took the worm ride up north to annex something else. Meanwhile, he's just trying to keep things busy and stall down here in the cap, and it's working well because he's got a couple air units that are blasting away at this entire Sardaukar only force, so they're not able to defend themselves from the air. So he might actually be able to clean that up. And he's getting an annex here, but nope, the Harkonnen see it happening and they are not pleased. No thank you. Get out of here. We got a decent Fremen force there still. The Fremen might actually clean this up. Okay, we're starting to see artillery drones come in, which will be able to put some DPS on the altar and probably chase it off. Boy, I don't know. Harkonnens clean that up and pillage it to make sure the Fremen don't get a chance to grab it. Fremen don't look like they've got an easy an easy income anywhere else, so they need to try and just hold their territory. They need to clear this out. Is this getting cleaned up yet? I can't see a timer. Oh, there it is. Okay, the annex timer about halfway done, and the Fremen have wormed the rest of their army down here to try to get this. This is the right play. They need to hold this. They need to just count on daily passive hedge to carry them over, which will happen before the next spice tax. The next spice tax is in 19 days. They are currently making 40 a day. They only, yeah, it will be very close to the next spice tax. You might even be able to, as long as you pay your tax, you might even be able to win if you lose a region, as long as you keep your special regions. They do clean out the Carino down there. No, nothing from the Atreides yet. Harks are up to 44% Chom. I don't know. This is a normal region, so even if the Harkonnens liberate this, that's not enough to stop the Atreides here. Atreides are coming to peek over here. Is this something they can annex? They're taking a look at it. It might be. But they're also headed back west. They want to fight the Harks. Harks pillaging? That can't be true. I don't know if you want to pillage unless you're going all in. You think you can? You think you could finish up with Chom, and you don't got the bank for it. You definitely want to liberate. You definitely want to liberate from the Fremen here, not just pillage. And the Fremen are going to fight you over it. Okay, so Carino clean up the Fremen stragglers in the east. Atreides still sitting still. And meanwhile, time ticks ever onward. Only 500 away for the Fremen. Dune governorship is up. It's going to be a loss of rights votes. Atreides have not managed to secure the influence that they needed. They've spent it probably on peaceful annexes or maybe making deals with someone else. Oh, but land sales is an interesting one. This is how the Harks can make their money. If land sales... So, loss of rights must pass to get the Atreides out of the governorship. But land sales must not pass, otherwise the Harkonnens can abandon all their land and use that money to buy up all the Chom shares. Let us see. Oh, this did pass for the Harkonnens. Oh my goodness, this might be a Chom victory then. Are the Harkonnens... Yep, there goes abandoned. The Harkonnens are abandoning their territories. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be a Harkonnen Chom victory, I think. I think we're too far away from the spice tax. Harkonnens sitting on 20, 30k. The only question is, will there be enough shares on sale for the Harkonnens to buy it up in time? It's going to be about 10 more days or so for the Fremen to win on hegemony, unless they can get a cheeky annex somewhere, and they're looking for it. It's going to be who knows how long for the Harkonnens, but they are at 48%. They will have all the money they need. 30k easy. They can continue to abandon stuff. I can't believe they let the Harkonnens get land sales. I think it's a Harkonnen victory. But is this something... This one's capturable. They need to make sure that the Fremen don't grab one more territory somewhere else on the map. And we do have Atreides on the west liberating Fremen land. Here's an annex. This annex needs to stop. Can anyone stop this? The Harkonnens don't have enough guys. This annex might win it. 49% on the Harkonnens. Oh boy. They need 10 more shares. At least 10 more. There's not a lot for sale. I think the Fremen's gonna get the annex first. Get someone on the point. If they can get if they can get an infantryman on the point, they'll stop it. Nope. Wow. The Fremen get it by the skin of their teeth. What a nail biter. Harkonnens were at 49.999% of the Chom market. But the Fremen managed that last second land grab. Ooh, what a game, what a game. There are 1,403 shares for sale, and the Harkonnens owned 700 of them. They were 1.5 shares off of having 50%. Wow, that's wild. What a game, what a game. So our developments were pretty close. Nobody got too far ahead. Notably, the Fremen and the Atreides doing pretty well, and the Harkonnens and the Karina are a little behind on the developments and the knowledge. Economically, as expected, the Harkonnens did real well. I sort of thought we would see more Chom shares picked up through this mid-game region, but it seemed like people didn't really want to buy. So the Atreides bought up a bit, and they sold off here for a couple reasons. I don't know why that would be, but put some shares back on the market and put the Harkonnens within striking distance. This must have been we had a huge stockpile in Carino at one point, and they invested it in, the market must not have been too favorable because they didn't get much more than 8 or 9% from it. And then the Harkonnens got a big stockpile. So this was probably when land sales goes into play. They abandon all their territory, so they get as much money as they need, and then it's just a question of, will there be enough shares for sale? And there was just not quite. Just not quite. Congrats to Kenry on the Fremen. Huge win for him. That was awesome. That was very, very, very tough fought. Let me see what's going on with other people. Discord chat's going wild. Yeah, what a game. Atreides were in the process of liberating a region, right? Oh, I clicked on exit. I wanted to click on keep playing. Crap. I'm sorry, guys. Atreides were in the process of liberating a region, but they needed to be in that process a little quicker, right? If they had been 3 days ahead, 3 days faster on that liberation, it would have pulled the rug right out from underneath the Fremen. But that doesn't help the Atreides, because then the Harkonnens win 1 day later, right? They were in a pretty bad position. And sometimes when you're in that position, you do what you need to do to sort of hurt whoever's in the lead, but if it's just going to make the next guy win, I don't know, you don't feel particularly motivated to do it, right? Oh, wow. Heck of a game. Heck of a game. Glad you guys were able to watch that one with me. Ooh, that was a fun one. What is statistics? Oh, interesting. Is this a new thing? I don't remember statistics being an option before in the menu. Is this my personal statistics? Oh, cool. Overview for House Atreides. This is crazy. I haven't looked at these before. Are these not showing multiplayer statistics? Because I definitely have played more than this. It looks like maybe the statistics are only just recently grabbing data, because I've got a few more games under my belt than that. Multiplayer. Who did I play as recently? 100% victory rate on the ECAS. That sounds about right to me. 0% victory rate on the Vernius. Yeah, so never mind, stats are working properly. Yes, we do have one more game to go. We are waiting to make sure that whatever other lobbies are still progressing, finish up their games, and I'm not entirely sure the state of it. Let me double check. That was a pretty wild one. Oh, I see someone, B-Frog posted a picture of an ECAS victory with a mushroom cloud over his base. That's always beautiful to see. Okay, so let's see who is done. Pod 4 is done. That's who we were watching. Only log stats since the patch they were added. Oh yeah, so I'm giving up how little I've played since the most recent patch. Look away, look away. Don't look at my shame. Roger from Dat Leet Boy says Pod 4 was the best game of Dune Spice Wars I've ever watched. That was a pretty banging game there. That was pretty great. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Looks like game 1 ending. GG Pod 3. We are GG Pod 4. Is there maybe just Pod 2 ongoing? And I imagine that's got to wrap up somewhat soonish. With that wasn't a speedy game by any means. Pod 2 would have been Hestruck, Minx, Oh Hello There, and Vahutol. See how that one goes. I don't think... Oh, I wonder if we could jump into it. I wonder... Let me see if I can dig up a code. We might be able to spectator jump into it late. See if I could find a code. Cannot join lobby, game in progress. Oh, you guys don't have spectators on? I would have thought I'd be able to join games in progress even. Okay, so pod 2 is ongoing. I wonder if we could see it in the list even. Maybe it's just totally private. We can't see it. I don't know. Regardless, we're gonna have to wait for it to finish up. Whew. Let's take 5, folks. I'm gonna go and refill my drink. I'm gonna use the restroom. Make sure that we are well set for what's gonna be a very exciting finals here. We know at least Kenry took his pod. I haven't seen other people shout out in chat who won the other pods yet, though I do see people saying GG on them. I'm sure somebody knows. We'll figure it out soon enough. Either way, AFK 5 minutes, go get yourself some drinks, top off the beer and pretzels and peanuts and whatever else you might be snacking on, and we will be back hopefully with a finals game very shortly. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. All right, folks, we're back. It's looking like we've got at least one pod ongoing. I hear that Arrakis belongs to the Fremen in pod 3, and likewise we just saw that happen in pod 4 as well. So waiting on results for 1 and 2, I think. What a game that was. If the finals are half that good, I will be pleased. Really appreciate the aggressive Fremen raiding style parties. You know, Kenry made the most of Othame by, you know, splitting his force up and hitting all kinds of different places all over the map. He does that really well. It's a high attention, high micro play that takes a lot of practice with the Fremen to get right. But managed to pull it off just barely there. If the Harkonnens had run a man onto the point, they either would have slowed it down enough that they could have bought the Chom, or it would have slowed it down enough that the Atreides would have gotten their own Liberate to the far west, and then the Harkonnens would have gotten their Chom. I sort of can't believe that the Chom land sales actually managed to pass, but that was obviously a big one. Okay, open the door, because if land sales don't pass, I mean, I guess the Fremen wanted it anyways, even if land sales don't pass. But quite a game, quite a game. I wish we had some kind of in-game feed of our previous patch notes. Maybe I'll dig up our patch notes and we'll take a look at them while we wait, because I've just sort of mentioned them. We haven't carefully looked through them. Might keep us busy in the meantime. Unless you guys have any questions, comments, concerns. I don't want to hear your concerns. I'll answer some questions though. What have you been playing lately? I'll tell you what, I've been playing a game that I really, really love. A little indie gem that just came out into early access called Annihilate the Spance. This is like kind of like a base building auto battler in space. And it doesn't have a multiplayer aspect to it yet, but the single player alone has been so fun. I think I'm gonna do a little video on it. Like I said, they're a little indie company. You know, it's made by 4 guys in their basement kind of thing. Super fun, super fun. I'm definitely gonna make a video about it because they deserve a little more attention, a little more love. I've been having a ton of fun with it lately. Dude. Hold on, I'm getting pinged. Can you please advertise the door? Way ahead of you. We do have a Cream says that he is streaming a finale. I wonder if it's reasonable to stream. Probably not. I just kind of want to peek in on him to see what the state that they're in.
At the votes before the project.
So it looks like if I pop over, they've got someone on 9 days left of governorship, so that ought to be settled one way or another very shortly here. Looks like Vernius managed to secure governorship, and they ought to be. They ought to clinch it, I think. Oh, I bet that's a fun game to watch too. We might have to check that out. So that would be over on twitch.tv/Cream the Legend. Cream is one of the hosts of this tournament. He helps run the Dune circuit alongside a couple other luminaries of the community. But that's looking like it's gonna resolve within the next 6 days or so here, because I don't think they're gonna base kill Vernius. And then let's see what else. I don't know what pod that is, but I think there might still be 2 pods outgoing. Oh, I love to see it. This looks like a certain Vernius governorship win to me on the other pod. A Vernius governorship win. Oh, now I want to watch that game. one of my great regrets is that we don't have replays. If only we had replays for Dune Spice Wars. Now they did take pity on us, and they did give us spectator mode, right? Which is pretty wonderful, because in the olden days we had to have people stream their views on Discord, and then we would sort of jump between different Discord channels to see what people are doing, and that kind of worked, but it was pretty janky. It didn't work all the way. So the spectator mode is a fantastic addition to the game. It's really helpful and really wonderful. It allows us to do what we're doing today, right? Otherwise, it would be a lot harder. But boy, if we had replays too, it would be all we could ever want from some sort of competitive scene here. I'd love to be able to see a replay of Vernius snatching governorship in a high-end competitive game. That sounds like a lot of fun. But there's the wonder of Dune Spice Wars is that it's just oh so dynamic of who is playing what, what is each individual person's particular style, what's the style of the lobby as a whole, how does the map shake out. No Dune Spice Wars game has ever been the same as another one. They're always just these wholly unique, super interesting things. It's why I love to play. It's why I love to watch. It's probably why you love to watch Spice Wars as well. There's nothing quite like it. There's a ton of really excellent RTS games that are great to play and a lot of fun, but none of them do the free-for-all quite like Dune Spice Wars. Spice Wars just nailed that multipolar, different victory types that are all sort of competing. It's so good, so spicy. Mwah, I love it. All right, I do see that the Vernius managed to clinch their game. Who was that playing? It's Minx. Minx on the Vernius. I love to see it. I remember when Minx was just starting out in the community, and she's done a great job. Awesome for Minx. Jeez. Okay. Cream says finals time. Maybe that's our last pod. Maybe pod 2 finished up and I just didn't see who got it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. We ought to have games very shortly. Thanks for being patient, everybody. When we do these big round of 16s, you never know if there's going to be a big outlier who is makes their game go an extra 30 minutes beyond everybody else's game, and then the rest of us got to sit around and wait for them. Especially because apparently we can't join to comment games in progress, or to spectate rather. Okay, they are compiling. Excuse me. They're compiling the final lobby now. They probably have to shake out and see who's going to play what faction, because at least 2 Fremen and 1 Vernius won so far, which is pretty great. Historically a bit underrepresented. Vernius certainly, I think. Fremen have always been popular, even when they were really bad, and I don't think they're really bad now, just technically difficult to play to a high level. All right, finals time. Okay, yes. Looks like Minx, Kenry, B-Frog, and T&B. What was B-Frog playing? B-Frog took ECAS. Good for him. I love the ECAS making their way through. I feel like a lot of folks write ECAS out as being sort of bottom of the barrel competitively. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like they haven't gotten a lot of love in a long time, and meanwhile some other factions have gotten some nice buffs up to their style. But ECA's doing all right. Obviously, B-Frog, who's been around in the community forever, plays a lot of Dune Spice Wars, so I'm not surprised to see him taking his pod there. I think I would have guessed on B-Frog taking his. I would not have guessed on Minx taking her pod too, but kudos to her. Meanwhile, pod 3 went T and B, playing on the Fremen. Yeah, I could have guessed that, but I don't know if I would have. And then Pod 4 was full of some tough competitors, but I also am not too surprised that Kenry took that one. Wow. Okay, so it looks like 5 minutes for the recent competitors who just got out of their game, go pee and get a drink of water, and then we will have finals up, ready to go. Poor robot folk. Not so poor robot folk. Robot faction, our dear purple brothers of Vernius, doing pretty well. They got some pretty nice buffs at the end of last year. I think they've steadily been reworked a bit and are in a pretty decent spot for the most part. There was that couple month period where they buffed what were they? The spirits, their flying ships, and they were just ludicrously powerful. So all the Vernius were crushing people by making 10 spirits and flying around, and that was very fun and funny, but also horrible. So I'm glad that they toned that down a little bit, but Vernius doing just fine, just fine. So we've got Ikaz, Vernius, 2 Fremen. I wonder if we could figure out, so Kenry plays only Fremen or all random. T and B, I wonder if I could see if he declared factions somewhere. Doot. So you're supposed to, in order for them to put the first pods together, the various competitors say what their top picks of factions are. You know, I want to play Ikaz number 1, I want to play Carino number 2, I want to play Atreides number 3, something like that. And if you do that, that's how they try to sort people into lobbies that get their first pick of whatever their factions are going to be. So I'm trying to see if I could look up T and B. So T and B went number 1 Fremen, number 2 Atreides, number 3 Harkonnen. So I would expect Minx will probably continue playing Vernius, but I think there's an option to change at the end. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to plan to do it. But I would expect Minx on Vernius. We expect B-Frog on Ikaz. TMB will either be Fremen or Atreides. And then if it comes to Kenry, he will either be Fremen or he will be random, which is very exciting. We always love the all randoms. It's a true sign of mastery. Luke is a fan of Kenry already. If you like Kenry has his own channel. Let me look him up for him. Kenry plays and streams some Spice Wars. He's a good guy. I've known Kenry for a long time now. Years and years of playing Spice Wars together. Kenry Spice Wars? What is Kenry's channel? The Mighty Kenry. Yes, indeed. All right, let me link him here in chat. He deserves some love and attention. Doot. This is... Here we go. YouTube at Mighty Kenry. Yeah, so he plays Spice Wars games pretty regularly. And I think he talks over them as well. It gives him sort of a similar content style to sort of what I do. It looks like he's streaming right now. Go give him a gander. Although he's just sitting at a menu, just like I am, so you're not going to get a whole lot of excitement. But yeah, Kenry's a good dude. I've known him for a long time. An avid Fremen pain in my ass, as it were. Okay, let me see. Looks like they're picking factions. They're trying to sort out who's gonna play what. They're looking to get B-Frog's input. And B-Frog, I think, might be Australian. And in Australia, it is what? Like 7 a.m. right now. Something around there. So someone says, B-Frog might be asleep. Nope, he's awake. All right, he's awake. He's going on. It's hilarious when Kenry gets stuck with the Atreides because he can't stand them. Yeah, that is funny. He does hate the Atreides. That is an old hate. The current Atreides aren't particularly hateable, but in the old days, the Atreides were really oppressive, and Kenry and many others developed a burning hate for anyone who would dare play Atreides. I've always loved him. It's looking like Kenry has opted to random. We will have B-Frog on the ECAS, T&B on the Fremen, and Minx on Vernius. Super exciting. Hosted is going up right now. Trying to get stuff sorted. Kareem says, you better be advertising the community. Cream, we're advertising. We're advertising the community. I pay my dues. Someone needs to flick this spectator switch on so that I can jump into a slot. There we go. All right, we're getting out of the way. We got a couple of spectators jumping in. All right. Tell Cammy to talk during his streams. That's what I like. Yeah. I will say that talking while you're playing competitively is tricky. Or if it's, I mean, it's something that takes practice to do, and even then as you're doing it, it makes you play worse. So if you really want to be a competitor, you know, discussing what you're doing as you're doing it is not helpful for your competitive play. But I mean, at least for me, even when I play some of the competitive ones, I mean, I've played again. All these guys who are the best in the world, I have played with dozens and dozens of times, and I ain't scared of them. I could hang, I can fight, but I enjoy being able to talk about it and being able to be a bit of a showman about what's going on, right? I'm not playing to get the sweaty wins. I'm playing so that we all have a good time here, me and you included, right? Okay. Waiting on people to sort of filter into the lobby. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. I'm excited to see what Kenry gets. So what's left in the pool for him? Could be Carino, could be Atreides, could be Harkonnens, could be smugglers. What do I think he would like most out of those? I don't know. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I've seen Kenry play anything. I think he plays maybe Vernius next after the Fremen. Or at least he used to when I played with him more often. Could go anyway. We'll see. Looks like some discussions about settings. They want a slow events day. You have Yes, Cream would once more like me to remind all of you who are watching that this is a Dune circuit event. And just like I had mentioned before in my advertisements, let me pop maybe a little invite to the server. Don't you worry, Cream. I've been talking about us. I got a Reddit post up. I talked about you guys. I popped links about you guys. Here is another link in chat that ought to be an invite link to the Dune Circuit. So the Dune Circuit is a Discord community that some veterans rally around, and they put on tournaments for people that want to play. And also, when it's not tournament time, it is a place that people go to just post game codes when they're sort of looking to organize private or public lobbies, and also a place that you could just go to chat for all things Dune Spice Wars. I will say it's probably got the sweatiest, veteraniest players in the community in it, right? not to say that new players aren't welcome. Of course, we love the new blood, but if you pop into a game and you run into the mighty Kenry or Cream or Antonol or Isaac or a dozen other people who have played 1,000 hours of Dune Spice Wars, you're gonna have a bad time. You might have a good time, but it's gonna be tough. Let's put it that way. It's gonna be tough. You're gonna have a good time, but it's gonna be tough. We are just about ready to go, just waiting on one final ready up here, and we will have the grand finals today. The Dune circuit put up $100 for the winner, so thanks to them for organizing. I wish I knew everybody associated with the Dune circuit. So I know Doghead has been doing our tournament organizing today. Cream also, who I've linked earlier, who's been streaming on Twitch. Cream is an organizer of it. Sometime, let's see, who else? Moderators of it are Zyreneth, Kenry, Johnny Drama, Fusa, Agrathan. Like I said, pillars of the community. Looks like maybe we're waiting on one more spectator to jump in. So I think they're doing a big group cast over on the Cream channel where there's 4 or 5 of them who are commenting, and I think they've got a couple of our former champions, our former invitational champions, basically the world champions of Dune Spice Wars, being both Lalgek and Antonol, who won the previous invitationals. Kudos to them, those mighty Spice Lords. They are not playing today. Like I said, I believe they are just commentating. Oh no. Mighty Kenry says he's got a reboot. He spilled tea on his computer and his mouse disappeared. That's not the most auspicious start to the grand finals for him. Hopefully everything continues functioning. Poor fellow. I believe in Kenry, right? I mean, we come from Pod 4. That's where we put down our roots. So I think we're officially cheering on Kenry here. But he's also not going to be Fremen, so we don't know who it will be. I think everybody likes cheering on Fremen in general because Fremen make the game extra. They're the extra spice, as it were, in the game, right? The Fremen being around, they make things happen. They make it a lot more fun to talk about. Sometimes if you get games of like just the major houses, if you just have like Atreides, Carino, Ikaz, and Harkonnens, you can have like everyone kind of just sort of sits around and sort of does their thing quietly, not necessarily starting fights. Smugglers are pretty common to start fights. Atreides are pretty common to start fights. Even Vernius, I feel like, because they're such inveterate expanders, often start fights. Or people want to start fights with Vernius because there's a funny... We watched him win by a margin of 2.5. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It was an impressive win. It was very, very close. And it's kind of astonishing how many Dune Spice Wars games go down to just the absolute razor wire finish, right? You know, you see it sometimes in games, you know. I'm thinking like Company of Heroes has like the ticking tickets. You know, if you have 500 points, they have 500 points, and your point, you know, if you hold more victory points, they decrease. And sometimes you see games won just by a knife's edge. You know, he had one ticket left and he won, but that's very rare. Meanwhile, in Spice Wars, it's like every single game is, if this one person had one unit over here for 10 seconds longer, then this entirely other person wins the game. Like, it's so tightly balanced, and the nature of the FFA style, where it's impossible to run away, almost impossible to run away with a win, because there are so many other people that are able to jump on your back and sort of drag you down. You know, even if you're the 500-pound gorilla in the room, there's still 3 other gorillas in the room with you. And some factions can kind of fight a 1v2 in extremely specific circumstances, but ain't nobody fight a 1v3 in this game. The game design is on point, and the balancing too. Strong agree, Klaxon. Strong agree. It's why it's so fun and why it's so good to keep coming back to. I wish we had a little more attention to it from the wider world, because it really feels like it's just a diamond in the rough. They've done such a good job of it. I'm so excited to see if they're able to add new stuff. If they're going to give us a new faction, someone mentioned the Honored Matres to me the other day as a potential new faction. And I'm like, at first I was like, that's impossible. That would never work. But then thinking about it, I'm like, I mean, they made Vernius work. They made ECAS work when no one even knew what ECAS was. Man, it would be really cool to have some Honored Matres. We're already straying from the canon pretty heavily by putting, Vernius and ECAS onto Arrakis. So what the hell? Just give us all this other stuff from the universe. We'll just throw them all into the Royal Rumble on Arrakis. I love it. Pipe it into my veins, please. Very excited. So, word on the street is that they are continuing development on stuff. They haven't abandoned the game. They haven't stopped making updates. So, I can tell you the last big update we got was really the DLC for Vernius that popped in. Was that maybe March of 2024? I'm guessing somewhere around there, somewhere like the end of Q1 2024. Vernius dropped, and it was just this huge injection of lifeblood into the game. There were tons of players. It was really exciting. House Thorwald? I love it. I have no idea who they are. I wish they were in the game too. Yeah. Let's get some Tlaxian space dancers or who knows what else. Let's get some Honored Matres, throw them in there. Any other minor house that's ever been mentioned, go ahead and throw them in there. I don't even care if a minor house hasn't been mentioned. Just make up stuff just from scratch and throw it in. Just expand this gorgeous, beautiful game that I love and put more stuff in it. That's all I want. And maybe replays. It would certainly make my life a lot easier to be able to pull up a replay to cast. Vahutol, you're not supposed to be in here. He gets kicked out right away. No space left for spectators. Just waiting on Kenry, who may have spilled water all over his computer, to come back. Kenry is really inconveniencing the stream here. We're all excited to see this, and nothing's happening. It'll get there eventually. You guys are ruining my time frame. I told my wife I'd be done by 5 o'clock, and that's not going to happen. It's all right. We'll pay the piper when that deal comes due. Looking to kick people out, make sure we have the right spectators in. Just waiting on one player to get back in. I was so excited. We were going to start like 5 minutes ago. But here we are, ticking on through. I played a whole bunch of, what was it? Warhammer Rogue Trader in the last month or 2 months or so. Man, that's a good game. That's a damn fine game. I love me some Warhammer 40k as much as anybody, maybe more than most. And I wasn't originally excited by Rogue Trader, which is this CRPG, top-down, isometric. You build your party members and you play through classic role-playing game style, making choices and doing different stuff. But I'll be damned, they knocked that game out of the park. It is so good. So good. I heard it was pretty buggy at first, but I let it cook a bit and got into it maybe a year later, and man, it's banging. I had so much fun. I played all the way through, start to finish. Took me like 88 hours. So there's some content for you. I'm itching to do a second playthrough, but my strategy for CRPGs is I always give it like another year off or something so I could forget as much as possible. I forget as much as possible, and then I go back to it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, and then I have enjoy it all over again. But I had a great time with it. So strong recommend. Rogue Trader, super good. If you like that Warhammer 40k, if you like the old CRPG style, it's a great game. I will say it's mildly annoying to have to learn an entirely new RPG progression system again. You're trying to like level people up and you're like, what the hell is, what is perception effect now? Oh, I've got 5 more points in fellowship, but what the heck does fellowship do? You gotta learn all that stuff, but I don't know. That's, for me, after having learned 1,000 different game systems, one more is not too bad, but it definitely takes a little bit to wrap your head around it. Did I play Baldur's Gate 3? I did. I played Baldur's Gate 3. I played Baldur's Gate 2. I played Baldur's Gate 1. I am a Baldur's Gate enjoyer, as it were. Yeah, BG3 is incredible. Also, if you haven't, I mean, I feel like you don't even need to talk about Baldur's Gate 3 because everybody who would possibly be interested in it has already played Baldur's Gate 3. It's been unreal how successful it's been. I mean, Larian was always a great studio. They make really fabulous games. I think the Divine Divinity stuff. What is it? It wasn't before they call it. It was after they called it Divine Divinity. What did they call those things? Divinity Original Sin. Divinity Original Sin 2, Divinity Original Sin 1. I think before that was Divine Divinity. Those were fantastic games as well. And then they made Baldur's Gate 3, and I was a little uncertain because Baldur's Gate 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Is an incredible game. I'm like, I don't know if you guys are going to top the best role-playing game of all time. And I'll be damned, it was one of those rare treats where someone not only lives up to an unreasonable amount of hype, but surpasses it. Dang, it feels good. I gotta go back and play that too. What a fabulous game. Baldur's Gate 3, really incredible. They knocked it out of the park. I will say we've got Civ 7 coming up next month, and I think the opinions on Civ games range these days from like, oh my god, I'm gonna die, I'm so excited, all the way to, oh my god, they've screwed this up so badly. So there's a spectrum, somewhere on the spectrum, and I'm in that spectrum. I'm probably closer to the I'm very excited side, but I will admit that not every Civ game has been a hit. We might get ourselves a little bit of Civ content. We'll see how it goes. BG2 was the one where you could pick up the human skin armor. You're correct, Quentin Collins. There was human skin armor. There's a whole quest line where you're tracking down a murderer and you find out he's in a tannery and he's been making human skin into like hide armor. It's pretty great. The Baldur's Gate 2 stuff was... Baldur's Gate 2 was the first game that I ever played where you're like, you play through it and you're like, I'm almost done with it. And you finish a part and you're like, oh wait, I'm not done with it. Now there's like a whole nother game that just opened up. So you play through this whole other game, you're like, okay, now I'm almost done with it. And you're just moving into the third chapter. Like it continues opening up these huge expanses of gameplay, and you keep thinking you're about to beat the game, but really you're only like 10% through the game. And that's just a really amazing expansive feeling. They did that sort of in Baldur's Gate 3 as well. They did that in Rogue Trader. I feel like they do that even the game before Rogue Trader so the guys that made Rogue Trader are Owlcat Studios. I think they're a Russian company, actually. Owlcat made the Wrath of the Righteous, another role-playing game that was really excellent. And it's also one of those things where you play it like one playthrough is like 120 hours of game time. It's wild. But it's one of those things where you play it forever and you're like, I think I'm almost done. And they're like, no, you're 30% through. You're not finished here. But anyways, yeah, back to the Civ 7. Some people are interested in how the changes shake out. Some people are concerned as well. So I think it came out that like England wasn't gonna be included as like an opening civilization for Civ 7, and people are like, well, but England did a lot of stuff in civilization, like the real world civilization. They messed with so many other civilizations. You got to include them just for how much chaos and destruction they have caused in the world. But apparently no British. But it's also interesting because they've reorganized things. And I will say, as an aside, I'm starting to become a little concerned about our friend Kenry, because this has been a long disconnect here. They've done a reorganization in Civ 7 where you pick a leader to play as, and the leaders aren't even strictly leaders. They're more like you pick like a cool historical person to play as, and then after you pick your cool historical person who will be immortal and will live through forever, your cool historical person gets to pick like a civilization or a culture to play as during a particular like epoch in history. So you could be you could be Alexander the Great, but you're playing as Egypt, in the ancient history, and then you move on to like the Renaissance or something, and now you're playing Alexander the Great, but all of a sudden you're playing as like, I don't know, who can you even play as? You're playing as like Germany in the Industrial Renaissance, or I don't know, what's the Renaissance? What is there, like the Teutonic kingdoms? Who knows? But you're like switching to different factions and things. And yeah, people are calling out Humankind. Humankind was another 4X that came out a couple years back and had that same kind of idea of, you know, throughout history, one culture hasn't just been one culture. It hasn't just been one civilization, basically anywhere except maybe if you count China. And I don't know if you can, because China has changed so much even over the thousands of years that it was just China. Because stuff changes, right? You pick a different faction kind of thing, sort of models the way that stuff changes over time, you know? What once was Babylon eventually became Persia, which eventually became, I don't know, Turkey, which eventually or Syria or something like that. So, you know, stuff changes over time, and that's what they're trying to model. So it does seem like a big divergence from how they've done stuff in the past. Alexander's concern is that they seem to be driving players to certain things through events and stuff instead of them letting them play their own game. Oh, that certainly wouldn't feel good if that was the case. I haven't watched too much of it. I've been trying to stay away from it. I watched a little bit of, I think some gameplay embargoes broke last week, and various streamers and things sort of showed off a little gameplay. So I caught some of it, but I'm trying to go in. Persia's Iran. Well, I agree, Persia is Iran, but to be fair, the Persian Empire was like everything in the region. But yeah, I'm trying to remain cautiously optimistic. And I will say, in the past, I think Civ 5, for example, maybe my favorite Civ, launched as pretty not fantastic. It was kind of lousy. But eventually they patched it and they DLC'd it enough that it was fantastic and was really wonderful. And oh my god, did Kenry die? Because it's been a long time, unfortunately. We're at what? We're 15:54, and Kenry left almost 20 minutes ago. Oh, it would really stink. It really stinks that we're being delayed so long, but it would really stink if we ended up losing someone for some reason. Some liquid killed his poor mouse. Terminate Boy says he doesn't like the fact that players can't recognize when they should be aware of the civs, which age they're strongest and thrive because you re-choose. Yeah, so I think one of the was the tea poisoned. It might be. No one's heard a word from Kenry since he disappeared. There is one aspect of the new Civ is at each time when you would normally pick like a new faction kind of thing, like the end of your age, the end of your historical epoch or whatever it is, your epoch. I'm not sure how to say that, epoch or epic, something like that. At the end of those, it kind of is like a soft reset of the game where you lose a bunch of military units and like a bunch of your towns kind of degrade and your buildings degrade and you have to kind of rebuild up again. So it's sort of a soft reset every time you go to a new age, which will be interesting. I sort of appreciate them taking some very unusual new chances on the standard old 4X gameplay style. So that should be fun. I'm excited about it. I mean, I'll tell you this, even if I hate Civ 7, I'm gonna play it for like 100 hours because that's just the Civ way it goes. I mean, even if like there's like a meme of like a bird eating crackers or something. He's like, "Don't give me that crap." And he's like chewing on it, and then slowly his face turns happy, like, and he takes more bites, kind of thing. So even if I hate Civ, I'm gonna play it a lot because it's Civ. I mean, obviously, I'll be disappointed that I spent $120 on it, but it is what it is. No, I keep getting excited when someone joins, but it's like someone who's not supposed to be here. Damn it. Kenry might be at Walmart buying a new mouse. Might be. What kind of gamer are you if you don't have multiple old mice sitting around that you could plug in at a moment's notice? What kind of a gamer, Henry? I feel like we had an issue at some tournament some time ago where like someone had to go AFK for like a couple minutes, and Kenry went and like took a walk for like 15 minutes or something. I feel like that happened at some point. Come on, Kenry, we're all waiting for you. We need you back. We were cheering on you as a whole for this entire stream. We had the whole Devok YouTube community here cheering for Kenry, and now we're starting to get bitter and angry. We might cheer for your competitors. We'll get there. My wife will never forgive me, but we'll get there. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night of streaming here. Dude. Even if it's ass, they will fix it. It's true. Yeah. So we know that who makes Civ these days? It's not Firaxis anymore. Who's the developer behind Civ? Am I crazy? Is it still Firaxis? We know that the Civ developer is oh, Mighty Kenry's back! Huzzah! We know the Civ developer is not going to abandon Civ. They're going to keep on milking it on and on. But we've got the Mighty Kenry. We've got Stupid Inari, who I believe is Bfrog. We've got Minx, and we've got TMB. Yo, what are we waiting for? We are not waiting for anything. We are ready to go. No, wait, someone says stop. Kenry? Are you really playing with a touchpad? I'm going to look for my spare mouse. I know it's somewhere. Oh my god, what have you been doing? What have you been doing, Kenry? Let's just go, he says. Balls of Steel is playing random and on a touchpad. Go, start. Let me at him. Okay. We don't know how seriously to take this. Allegedly, Mighty Kenry has broken his mouse by spilling tea all over it, and is now playing on a touchpad. Stranger things have happened. Some maniacs play on a gamepad, right? A gamepad would be an option. It plugs in nicely if you've got one. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine playing an RTS game on a gamepad, but stranger things have happened. Some people are really masochistic like that, I guess. Regardless, even if Kenry is in an unimaginable disadvantage because of his input choices, please God, just start the game. Please God, just start the game. We've been sitting here forever. We're gonna have to come back and timestamp this stream so we could let people skip our extra hour of in between here. When did our first one go? Yeah, we finished our first right at 3 o'clock, and that's 4 o'clock. It is a whole hour. Oh god. I appreciate you guys sticking around. I know that this has not been exactly what we tuned in for. We got a little bit of Dune Spice Wars. We got a whole lot of Lobby Simulator. What a game, man. TMB, why are we not starting? Really taking some interesting turns here. I'm dying. Let's go. I'm dying. Let's go. Kenry's mouse is broken. Yeah, I know. Kenry broke his mouse, and he's looking for a new one. He can't find it. But he's ready up. He says he's ready to play. I mean, this is like 7 a.m. for Bfrog. Let him get going. Let that man go to sleep already. I think Henry might be. What is that? This is a North American server. I'm pretty sure Bfrog is somewhere in the Oceania region, probably Australia, something like that. Minx, I'm not sure about. TMB, I'm not sure about. But TMB hosted, and it's North America, so probably TMB is also North American. I found a screwdriver I've been looking for. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Guys, start the game. I don't think he's trolling. I think he actually broke his mouse. And it is now willing to play however he might be able to get it to play. But oh god. Oh god. Let's go back to talking about stuff. What game should we talk about now? We talked about some Civ. We talked about some RPGs that we really like. This went way too long. Yeah, I feel like most people probably committed for 2 to 4 hours. And we're 3 hours in and we haven't even started our last game. Cream says, you will stay and finish or the Rizzler is coming for you. What else is up? What else has been on my playlist? I mentioned Company of Heroes before. I played a little bit of Company of Heroes with my boy Turin. Of course, runs his own YouTube stream, does some really cool stuff, and he played some Company of Heroes the other day. Had a good time playing with him. I've been practicing a little bit of Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology is another great one. Age of Empires, of course. Age of Empires 4 is my chosen age. But Age of Mythology is a good time as well. Quentin loves Icewind Dale. Oh my goodness, that's because you're very old, Quentin. But so am I. Icewind Dale was a good time too. That was sort of in the middle period of after they made Baldur's Gate and before they got to, what was it, Neverwinter Nights was sort of the big one that came out after it. And Neverwinter Nights was awesome because it was a cool whole new engine for doing that D&D stuff. A whole new edition even, I think, because Neverwinter Nights was maybe 3rd edition, and the old Icewind and Baldur's Gate 2 were like 2nd edition D&D. No, I can't find it. Okay. Painful. Empire Earth was superior to Age of Empires. Empire Earth is also crazy old. There's not a modern Empire Earth, is there? When was Empire Earth? Now I gotta look that up. Empire Earth 2001. Yeah, I mean, I agree Empire Earth was pretty cool, but I can barely even remember it. It was so old. Age of Empires, there's lots of Age of Empires. Age of Empires 4 is a great game. It's a lot of fun. The new Age of Empire or Age of Mythology, like we were talking about, the new one that they just did, the Age of Mythology Retold, has been a great remaster, and it's been a lot of fun. If you have any sort of nostalgia for the old Age of Mythology, that is absolutely, it scratches that itch really nicely. It's super fun, even just playing through a campaign by yourself. Supreme Commander is the ultimate RTS. Oh, I mean, I love me some Supreme Commander as well. I also harken back to the original days of Total Annihilation, which was just incredible. Total Annihilation was a magical game. And then we've got, I don't think there was ever a Total Annihilation 2, right? It went straight to Supreme Commander, and then maybe there was a Supreme Commander 2, if I'm not totally wrong about that. And then these days, you can actually play sort of the same thing with Beyond the... what is it? No, BAR, Beyond All Reason, is the modern version. Sort of the modern version. I think it's Beyond All Reason's crazy. It's like a community-created successor to Total Annihilation. Oh my god, the game is starting, ladies and gentlemen. Beyond All Reason is super cool. If you haven't tried it out, I think it's totally free to play. Did the game actually start? Yes, it did. Thank God we have a game starting. Beyond All Reason is super fun. The only trouble is that it has a bit of a caustic community to it. I feel like it's kind of hard to get into because there's sort of a set meta. But they do crazy stuff like the standard way of playing Beyond All Reason is like an 8v8 game, which is pretty wild just from the base level. All right. We'll take all these games we love, we will put them away into a little box, close that box, we will open it up later if we need it. But now we have Dune Spice Wars. Finally, let's hope that someone just blitzes it and we finish in like an hour so we could all go to bed and get some rest. Or in some cases, get on with our days. Because we've been here for a while. I really appreciate you guys. Game paused by Mighty Kenry on the Smugglers. We got a Smuggler Kenry today. What the hell is this map layout? Smuggler Kenry is basically adjacent to the center, the polar sink. Meanwhile, T&B on the Fremen is way down south, behind a desert with all kinds of juicy terrain around him. 1, 2, 3, 4 spice within spitting distance. Our friend B-Frog over on Carino is just a little ways to the west. Pretty close, perilously close, I would say, to the Fremen. With a lot of space around him, a couple of deep deserts, a whole bunch of nothing, and then way up north, Minx on the Vernius, with a whole lot of land to herself. Potentially. Probably a whole lot of land to herself. This is a wild, asymmetrical spawn. It's almost like 3 people spawn like in a straight line and then Carino out to the west. Does that favor anyone? God, I don't know. Probably not. It's usually a bad thing to be a central spawn, but I've seen people make it work, and if anyone could do it, Kenry could do it. Hype for the Kenry. He came back, he started the game. We're cheering him on, even if he is playing on a trackpad. Who knows what? Maybe he's just shouting commands into Alexa to control his units or something. I don't know. Let's see. Let's start from the bottom. Here. TMB won our pod 3, I believe. Starting on Fremen, he's got Jamis and Mother Romalo. No Stilgar this time. So Jamis we'd seen before, gives you authority for liberating stuff, boosts up your military outside of your borders, allows you the opportunity to trade authority for manpower, but no one ever does that. Mother Romalo lets you use the Insight Rebellion in Landsrad. That's kind of sometimes useful, but again, it takes a big old chunk of authority, which most people are loath to spend, but maybe near the end game you can do this a lot more. Meanwhile, she also gives 3 intel per harvesting team, which is a ton, and 0.5 authority production per harvesting team, which is also kind of a ton. So a lot of authority from her, a lot of intel. Mother Romalo is an amazing pick. I love her. What does this terrain look like around our Fremen player? So a bunch of nothing, a couple of okay things. So let's look first at these energy sources. So we've got 1 energy source for a ceremonial cave to the west, 1 ceremonial cave to the southwest. Both of those should be easy grabs. But after that, not a lot, right? So we saw, so last game, Kenry had also the Great Volcano by him, which counted as 2 more energy sources, right? So 2 of them say your army is 10% better, and for every other energy source you can get your hands on, your army is basically 5% better. So not a ton of energy by the Fremen, not terrible, but they can make it work. Fremen look like they are up here. What are you doing up there? I gotta think he's pillaging that, right? Except he hasn't picked something yet. He's still thinking about it. Yeah, we just the standard early game expansion stuff. He went for a land grab here. Why is he doing that? What is impressive about this territory? It's 4 wind? I don't know. I don't know why he grabbed that as his 3rd territory. I feel like there's other more lucrative options to work with, but I am not in the grand finals playing Fremen, so maybe I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. Why are you guys even here? Who knows? I think we're a little light on special regions, maybe. We've got Sandfall to the west of the Fremen here. Sandfall's always great. We've got Space Cruiser Wreck to the east. Space Cruiser Wreck is always great. But beyond that, there is nothing until you get to the middle, where you've got maybe Shield Wall, maybe Polar Sink, maybe Mount Idaho. Though I will say Shield Wall and Polar Sink are very what's the word? Smuggler favored. Just the location of the villages being right in the backyard of the smuggler's main base. Yeah, you need more ceremonial caves to max out your spice orgies. You know, you don't want to be falling behind on your spice orgy production. If the orgies go down, your whole empire falls apart. Let's head west. Let's take a look at our Carino friends here. So this is Beefrog, aka Stupid Inari, on House Carino. And looky, we have no Princess Urulon here. It's a bold choice. I don't often see it, but here we are. Hasamir Fenring has always been good, lets you investigate discoveries everywhere on the map, and makes investigating discoveries go much, much faster. And you've... resolving a discovery that way, progressive agent recruitment moment. I'm not sure I even knew that. So if you resolve a discovery, it speeds up your agent acquisition progress. Meanwhile, we also have Gaius Helen, who gives you those extra oomph on anything that gets an Imperial Edict on it in the Landsrad. Those are interesting choices. I feel like that's off meta, but again, I've been out of the meta for a little bit. Maybe there's good reasons for it. If I were playing, I would have Zoom-Garan and Urulon myself, but that's just me. Everything's pretty viable these days. Carino actually has the amazing White Rift in their back pocket, which would be incredible, except that they don't have Urulon, so they can't double build on it. So it's slightly less incredible. It's still good. It'd be very nice to have. It'll count as 2+ craft workshops, but it could have counted as more like 5 or 6 maybe. Oh well, maybe next time. Apart from that, you've got probably somewhat reasonable access to claiming Mount Idaho for yourself. Way to the north, if they wanted to drop, and it would be totally reasonable to drop your base up here. This is just free real estate. Nobody's here. Vernius might get there eventually. We've got the first Landsrad up. Diplomatic Congress is no big deal. Water subsidies is a big deal. Infrastructure control would just sort of be nice to have. Looks like Carino wants everybody to have infrastructure control. And we don't have too much skullduggery, and we don't got to worry about Harkonnen taints or anything during the Landsrad this time. I would be surprised if we see any bounties come out. So Polar Sink does pass. I gotta think that's gonna give it to the smugglers. And the Fremen get a truce with every faction, courtesy of Carino, who voted for them to have truces. Okay. Yep, here go the smugglers sprinting out for the free Polar Sink. Of course, once that passes, the authority to annex the Polar Sink becomes 0, so whoever the closest player is basically gets it, and nobody else is anywhere near it. Maybe Vernius Fremen could have dreamed about it if they were very far north, but they're not. So, free Polar Sink for the smugglers. Kenry won't say no. He'll go grab it. Oh my goodness! And the Polar Sink has water traders on it, which pays out 100% of the water production as Solari, which is actually a really amazing. It's a free, 25 Solari income? That's pretty great. Wow. Nice. And bonus to military buildings. And I will say, you've got a nice little bunker synergy here. You've got a region that the smugglers want to hold on to here that is just adjacent to the middle. Easy to put a missile turret here, easy to put a missile turret here, and have them both cover all of this and keep it nice and safe and cozy. I gotta think that the Polar Sink will be smuggler for a long time from here on out. We'll get to the smugglers eventually. Let's clear up whatever we were talking about with our Carino friends. Where would they drop a base? You know, you could drop a bit to the east, which would be trying to claim some of this territory, keep it out of the clutches of these Fremen monsters. You could drop it to the north to lay claim to some of this free real estate up here before Vernius inevitably snakes their long purple line through all of it. You've got some decent stuff up here. You've got access to the Acid Lakes, access to the Moondew Vale. There's a spice here. There's extra energy source. Not too shabby up there, this sort of unclaimed territory. Some decent enough land. 1 spice, 2 spice. Easy 2 spice. More than 2 spice is going to be pretty tricky for Carino. So that's going to depend a lot on their where they choose to drop their base. We'll know more about that in the future. We'll save our boy Kenry for last. Let's jump on Minx up on Vernius. What does our Minx land look like? Well, Minx is playing Kamar Pilru, who is the political option. Increases the amount of influence that you could hold, gives you extra influence if people go into war with you, gives you extra Landsraad standing when you go into war with people. So the political option there. And also Bolig, who is one of my personal favorites, allows you to build multiple buildings at the same time in your main base. And look, right now we can see there are 3 buildings going up at once. An interesting choice here too. She's not staggered them. We got 2 blues and 1 yellow. Sometimes you will see a rainbow where some will do 1 blue, 1 yellow, 1 red, because they also will. This guy also gives you a +1 knowledge per district bonus. So a 2 blue and a yellow will be 2 districts completed, so +2 knowledge. If she had taken out one of the blues and put a red in there, then it would be +1 even more knowledge until she chose to reorganize it. But 2 quick blues also gives you access to really quick influence production, a really quick intel production as well. So maybe she's got a plan here. Might be a plan. I think Minx joined late. I don't know if she was even planning to play in the tournament. She might have been a sub in. So cheer her on. She has gone rapidly to the west to secure the Acid Lakes. A great choice. Acid Lakes, of course, pays out 100% more returns on your research hubs. And it turns out Vernius has a thing for research. And they got a nice +20%. Oh, that's only 20% on economic buildings, so it's not going to be that nice. What does our territory look up here? We got specials. We got specials to work with. Imperial Basin, not too far out in front. Also, the Great Volcano, potentially not too far out in front. 1 spice, 2 spice already being worked. Maybe a 3 spice down there, although that could also be smuggler territory. We'll see how Kenry's trackpad powers are. He's pillaging, he's moving, he's doing stuff. Something's working. If Carino doesn't drop up north, Vernius is such a good expansion faction that I would expect them to really make good use of a lot of this free territory up here, as it were. And if they're able to do so, if they're able to claim all this, that's another special region, some extra spice. That's a lot of really good territory for Vernius to work with there. Excited to see that. Excited to see how that goes. That looks like some solid Vernius land. And also, given that Fremen are basically boxed out of Vernius completely, and Carino is actually nowhere near Vernius. Oh yeah, there was a 2nd spice there. Oh yeah, so plenty of spice to work with for 2. But given that 2 of the factions are just nowhere near Vernius, all Vernius has to do is make sure that the smugglers don't mess with them, and they could do whatever they want. Whatever they want. So very interesting. It's a good spot for Vernius. I like that. If I'm anyone here, I think I would want to be Vernius. But let's check on our Pod 4 champion, Kenry, Mighty Kenry, who might be playing without a mouse currently. Still manages to micro his single scavenger back to try to keep this raider from liberating territory. Kenry has the unfortunate spawn place of being basically in the middle of the map, meaning he is neighbors with everybody. He's got to worry about a potential aggressive Vernius to the north, though I wouldn't expect Vernius to be aggressive because they have so much territory they can just expand to, but aggressively expanding at the least. They've got to worry about an aggressive Fremen to the south, who might contest territory in the mid, who might contest territory to the east. And they got to worry about a Carino, who could also walk right in and contest territory in the middle. Not an enviable position for the smugglers here. Going into Lands Red number 2, Chome subsidies, that's no big deal. Scientific Congress is interesting, though I don't know if we're going to see too much early conflict, because there just seems like there's an awful lot of space for people to expand in right now. And Lands Red investigation is not a big deal. We can kind of ignore that. No information levels required for easy and medium missions is meh. Nobody cares. Chome subsidies do pass, courtesy of the smugglers, and Fremen dump all of their influence into claiming the Scientific Congress, and House Vernius throws their votes in as well. All right, so Fremen have queued up the red stuff. They like that red tech. They're currently, let's check the diplomacy. Who's at peace with Vernius? Smugglers, and everybody's at peace with Vernius. Vernius is all the friends. So let's check the Vernius tech, because this is a tech that everybody has access to. Pretty standard. Looks like they're leaning into some of the economic stuff as well. Carino, meanwhile, also sort of economic heavy in some of their tech. And then red and green heavy on the smugglers. So nobody's super excited about the red tech being faster, because the people that kind of want it have already got it for the most part. Back to our smuggler territory. I mean, being centrally located, he does get first crack at a lot of really choice territory, right? He's got a special here, shield wall already locked up, the polar sink already locked up. There's an easy peasy well of riches in his backyard. It would not be too hard to reach up and grab the Imperial Basin if you wanted to. It would not be too hard to reach up and grab the Great Volcano if you wanted to. When you're in the middle of the map, you could pick out whatever you want. You could just, the world is your oyster. But the bad news is, if someone wants that from you, there's lots and lots of ways that the bad guys could come in, right? Because you're just so exposed on the map. You're going to be, you know, as soon as it looks like Vernius might win, instantly they're hit from all sides by all not Vernius, I meant smugglers. As soon as it looks like the smugglers might win, instantly you're hit on all sides by all factions, just because you're adjacent to everybody. If it looks like Vernius is going to win, I mean, most of these people can't even get to Vernius. It's just carefully nestled up, you know what I mean? Carefully nestled way above the top of the map. I mean, if you were the Fremen and you wanted to go fight Vernius, you'd need like 2 or 3 different worm rides in order to even get up there. It's a long, long walk. We'll see. We'll see. Looks like our Kenry on the smugglers is going around doing some rapid pillaging, which is what you would expect. Our Fremen are expanding pretty rapidly westward. There's a lot of donkeys in this army. You love to see it. 4 units of mobile turrets marching up north. What are they doing up north? Do they want to pick on the smugglers maybe? Or are they just resupplying to head northwest into some of this empty territory? We'll see. We shall see. A lot of so the shield wall, of course, is the defining part of the shield wall is this gigantic mountainous region that blocks it off, so no one can get through there. So, and it's still a long walk to any of these smuggler villages, so you'd see the Fremen coming way ahead of time. We do see a bit of a dance as Carino is pillaging as much territory as possible here, while the Fremen are also pillaging as much territory as possible. We got a non-aggression pact between them, though. Oh, okay, that's right. Fremen got non-aggressions with everybody because of the council decision. And then independently of that, Vernius made peace with Carino. Vernius made peace with the smugglers. So we do have open war, theoretically, between Carino and the smugglers. Fremen have hit themselves with hidden tracks. Are they going to betray them? Yes. Fremen have broken their treaty and are jumping on top of the overextended Carino army, who has no choice but to run because they don't have the supplies even to fight if they could possibly do so. And they are, once again, we see the Carino army wiped out by the Fremen early in the game. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You hate to see it, unless you love to see it. Some people like watching Carino suffer. I think I like watching Carino suffer too, but it hurts. The Carino base is very open for an attack from the Fremen. Well, it sure is now. Base sniping is not as easy as it was once upon a time. In the old days, about a year ago in the meta, maybe January of 2024, this Fremen army walks over and just kills this base. Base kills are a lot more difficult without some more proper preparation and setup, at least for the Fremen. They could do it, but the other thing that they could do is just annihilate the Carino lands. In the last game, when we saw Carino lose their army, the layout of the map was in such a way that the Imperial base protected a lot of their territory and kept some of the Fremen aggression at guard. This map is not that way. The Imperial base does not cover any of the Carino villages. And cheeky, Carino remade some troops, ran out and tried to liberate what was out there, but it's not going to stop the Fremen from liberating some actual Carino territory. And if they wanted to, they probably could do the other one too. Ooh, 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 it hurts. Imshan wants to see the Carino's manpower. Carino is making the most manpower gain in the game right now at 26 a day, so it's not quite a repeat of what we saw last game, where it was an army wipe and no manpower. This one, at least, he's going to be able to replace his losses without too much difficulty. In the short term, though, it is a huge army mismatch between the Fremen and Carino, and Carino is going to pay for it pretty badly. At least by losing their second spice field up here. Question, does base HP regen without the resolution? Answer, no. If you damage someone's base, it stays damage until eventually, if it ever comes up, a lands red resolution that allows you to heal a base. But that's sort of a rare resolution. It only gets triggered sometimes if a base is at a certain percentage or lower of hit points, and people will be incentivized not to let that happen for you, probably. Here's a more interesting one. Extra authority for all factions. All factions gain hegemony for special region. Oh, this would be amazing for our smuggler friends who are already sitting on several special regions. Economy developments speed up. I don't know if anyone cares too much about that. It's sort of a nice to have. All factions gain authority production. This is probably best for Fremen. Probably best for Vernius. Currently, authority production is 6 for smugglers, 5 for Carino, 6 for Vernius, 8 for Fremen. So 30% more. Anybody would be happy about that. I feel like territory contest is one of the bigger ones. It would be a really nice boon for the smugglers if they could get a hold of it. I think the best bet for the smugglers is probably to sit on their special regions and start cooking as much hedge as they possibly can. And at some point they're going to get kicked down, so this does pass, courtesy of minor houses and a little bit of Vernius. Research passes via Vernius, and all factions gain authority is denied thanks to Carino. Carino, making the least authority, doesn't want anyone else getting authority percentage increases. That makes a lot of sense. We do have a bit of a Carino force rebuilt. Now, they're all just conscripts. We've got 4 melee conscripts and 4 ranged conscripts. That's not going to hang with this donkey caravan of Fremen killers here. Even the smuggler army, the trackball smugglers, the trackpad smugglers are coming down, grabbing extra pillages wherever they could get them. I mean, in the back, he's microing just fine. Maybe he found a mouse, maybe not. He's doing all right. It does look like, I feel like the Fremen army's been a little static here. I'm a tad surprised Oh, we do have a forward military base going up, though. That could be indicative of some aggressive plans by the Fremen. Maybe they do want to siege this. They're adding more red buildings. They're up to 65 CP. Are the Fremen gonna go for a kill? I would love to see it. It would be amazing. Taking a region next to someone's base and then building a military base on it, it's a pretty strong declaration of intent, if nothing else. And I will say, Carino isn't a big problem, but like we already pointed out, because he appeared to commit pretty heavily to some manpower production, and he didn't even commit heavily as much as he got really lucky with the traits back here. Extra resource production, extra manpower if there's one building of each type, so he's just getting 10 manpower out of this one region, which is just really fortunate for him, because he's gonna need it. He's gonna need it. Do we think Carino's waiting, or Fremen are waiting for siege incentives? Ho, Count Jacula, you win. I don't know what you win. You win something. The Fremen siege incentives will be done in 2 days, and then it becomes much more likely that a base might blow up. It's gonna be tough. There is still a standing army here of something. 51 CP of forces. Oh, we got the artillery drones. I think that's the nail in the coffin of a base kill attempt. Is B-Frog's got 3 artillery drones coming up, and that's going to be extremely difficult for the Fremen to deal with. Artillery drones are an incredible defensive tool, especially around a base. Carino needs to evacuate to a second base. I don't think they've got the hedge to drop a second base. Don't you need a certain amount of hedge for it? Is it 5,000? Yeah, you need 5,000 for main base. They're still 600 short. If the Fremen can just liberate another village, they'll manage to keep Carino from being able to. And there is another liberate going down, but it is perilously close to the Imperial base missile silo. But 5 donkeys is a respectable ranged force here. They're actually blasting away at this fuel cell factory. Oh man, he needs these drones, these siege drones yesterday. He needs them a while ago. Oh, Fremen are going in with their superior numbers and superior capabilities, and they are beating the hell out of this conscript army. Ooh, T&B looking real strong on the Fremen here. He's committed to just sitting underneath the turret and wiping out. This might actually be a dead Carino. Here come the siege drones, though. One needs to get deleted immediately. Or did it just move weirdly? I don't know. I thought he deleted it maybe because he was out of fuel cells. But nope. The siege drones go down. They start dropping bombs. And like I said, they're going to make this incredibly painful to try and fight. But only if he's able to get some troops back online to defend it. He does wipe out all of the melee of the Fremen army. Fremen are rebuilding, but it is still about 60 CP of Fremen to about 30 CP of Carino. And unfortunately for Carino, there is this really closely placed siege allied with the Fremen right behind him. They can pop back into there, get supplies. They could have reinforcements come out right here. Oh, this is getting liberated in the north. They're trying to go clean it up. I don't even care what anyone else is doing. It does look like maybe, I don't know. It looks like maybe Vernius went a bridge too far. They did get a supply drop, so they're not all gonna die. But the Suboid swarm there got a bit over their head there. Looks like a chunk of the smugglers pushed them back. I do see a lot of injured units there. Maybe there was a fight, a bit of a rumble, but a clean disengage nonetheless. Carino trying to hold. I don't think they're gonna. I think Vernius is gonna get this. Oh, it's unfortunate this guy accidentally got pulled off here. But I think Vernius is gonna get this decap. Or not Vernius. The Fremen are gonna get this decap on Carino. Count Jacula says B-Frog beat him in round 1. I gotta tell you, B-Frog is not gonna beat anyone in round 2 here. B-Frog is having A terrible day. He stayed up to 8 a.m. for this. To be bullied by the Fremen. He's lucky that TMB accidentally pulled his warrior off, because his warrior was sitting on here and was going to have another liberate. So it looks like maybe the smugglers are keeping Vernius honest up here. Vernius starting to get into a chunky drone army as well. We got railguns out, we got fighting mechs. They are headed westward though. Maybe we didn't get a chance to take a look at it because we were so intent on the spanking that Carino was receiving from the Fremen. But it looked like maybe they attempted some eastern expansion, and the smugglers said no thank you. Another lands rat up. Foreign recruitment. That would be real nice for Carino. Although the Fremen would be happy to have it too, because they have plenty of losses to replace. That would be good for just about everybody involved. Might actually be better for the Fremen at this point. I'm guessing the manpower... I'm guessing the manpower income for Carino is not looking great. No, they're still good. Did they manage to keep that? Oh yeah, okay. Their big manpower boost is in the back here that did not get liberated. They lost their fuel cells, which is going to hurt their ability to support their artillery drones. All factions suffer spice rate. All factions gain Landsrat standing. I don't know. I don't know. People are thinking. Fremen have locked in their votes. Vernius have locked in their votes. Carino and smugglers talking about it. But he pushed out too far with conscripts too early. Yes, it is a tale as old as time. Is someone pushing towards the Fremen too early and a little too far, because the Fremen have super early access to their hidden tracks operation, which really lets them jump right on top of you before you know it. And if you're in the early game like this, where maybe you don't have your economy fully set up, you don't have the manpower income fully set up, you can get wiped out, and then it's just this cascade of failures, right? You don't have enough manpower to rebuild your army. You can't make enough army to fight off an enemy who is heavily incentivized to be liberating your regions. And then, sucks. It sucks. It's really, really hard. You got to be super cautious around the Fremen. You can beat them, but if you're weaker, the Fremen are able to pounce on that weakness more than most people. Carino comeback imminent. Stranger things have happened, you know. Any given Dune day, anything could happen. The smugglers have opted to go north and lay claim to the Imperial Basin. The real question is, does he have valuable trinkets yet? No. We do see valuable trinkets at least queued up for Vernius and Carino. Nothing yet for the Fremen, and nothing yet for the smugglers. The Fremen are pulled back. They're trying to get some housekeeping done at home. I imagine they needed to spend some authority. They probably needed to clean up some rebels or something. But they are rebuilding. They've got themselves a fat stack, 65 of 65. We are up to 48 on Carino, but I feel like Carino's going to struggle. What's the, where is he? Oh, he's even got raiders in his backfield sieging down one of his buildings. Gotta go clean that up. That's 50% of your economy back there. Anyone buying Chome? Nope. I'm not surprised to see a pretty quiet Chome market. Carino bought a little bit right off the rip. I imagine they have not invested lately. A little tiny bit for the smugglers, a little tiny bit for Vernius, but nobody's going particularly hard on the eco. Oh, but we have aggression up north. Smugglers are using their military advantage to punish the Vernius. We have a big chonkin smuggler army here. And it looks like this pretty critical Vernius territory actually gives them access to some fuel cells, as a spice silo to give them access and boost the spice of this harvester over here. and they've got no chance of pushing off the smugglers. Meanwhile, down south, Carino's trying to get rid... Oh, nope, they got a worm scare. Ooh, they got eaten by a worm, as if Carino's day wasn't bad enough. Shai Hulud comes in and says, nope, you can't take my Fremen land. Fremen step up and pick up Mount Idaho. That's interesting. I'm not sure why they want Mount Idaho other than just to get a hold of it. I sort of thought they'd maybe commit a bit more to punishing Carino. I mean, Mount Idaho's a big grab, but maybe they're hurting for Plascrete. No, they're fine. They just really like Mount Idaho, okay? Oh my God. The smugglers have gone all in fighting Vernius. I feel like Kenry really wishes he had a mouse right now because there's a lot going on. He's trying to micro Banerjee back here. He's got guys underneath underneath the main base fighting. He's got other guys up north who are trying to pillage some of this land. It does look like Vernius managed to fight that off. I wasn't watching it. Down south we've got more. Looks like a stealthed up Fremen army has jumped on Carino, got a little overexcited, feeling a little big for their britches, and they pushed too far forward, and the Fremen are punishing them. Even with this missile base dropping bombs on them, the Fremen army is easily able to clean up this chunk of conscripts. Oh, bad times for Carino. Vernius secures their lands, chases off chases off the smugglers. The Fremen are, hey, we're right here. We might as well blow up the base while we're here. Unfortunately, the other Carino lands don't even have militia in them because manpower is such a tight resource that this is getting liberated. This is getting liberated. We are almost down to nothing but a Carino main base. Oh boy, poor Bfrog is dead here. Bfrog is dead as a doornail here. He is sitting on a chunky amount of manpower. Where are you going, Fremen? This is a very interesting walk. I mean, obviously energy sources is a huge pickup, but no, he's pillaging. What are you doing? Why did he walk off and pillage that instead of just stay here and pillage this? And he didn't get this one done either. I'm confused. We've got so Vernius did manage to hold on to their front region, or they retook it back. I think maybe they lost it and recaptured it. They are trying to expand westward. Army-wise, it's really just Carino in the pits. All right, Fremen are back here. They're pretty beaten up. All they got to do though is ally this siege here. Now the trouble is they might not see this siege here because they didn't take Stilgar, so they don't know where all the sieges are. And this one does not look like it is currently allied yet. Siege Burila. But if the Fremen knew about this siege, they could heal up their whole army and resupply right here and basically finish killing. Demoted to D-Frog. That's very funny. I like that. Yeah, B-Frog is F-Frog. He's out. He's dead frog this game. His guy in the other region was killed by an assassin. Oh, okay, that's awesome. I didn't see that, but that is savvy. I mean, B-Frog, let me go on the record of saying B-Frog's a great player. B-Frog plays a lot of Spice Wars and is very savvy. But he is getting his teeth kicked in by a very aggressive Fremen player this game, and that happens sometimes. We've got gear regs that looks like Carino's going to make it go on everybody, and the Fremen are going to make it cause rebellions. Everybody's going to get an assassin, maybe? A couple assassins. Everybody's going to get some less Solari upkeep. Boy. I mean, I think getting a couple assassins kind of helps Carino to hold the line slightly. Gear regs on everyone is really just a buff to the Fremen because the Fremen descent is going to cause rebellions. So now look, there's rebels over here stopping this this village from working. Are there rebels all around? Shouldn't there be rebels up in Vernius lands too? I don't see any. There's rebels in the smuggler lands. Did Vernius somehow not get any rebels? It's weird. Anyways, Carino's having a bad time. A very, very bad time. They're still making troops. Somehow they still have some kind of resources. I don't know how they're making 23 a day of manpower. Making from agents, from recruitment initiative, recruitment center, villages and base. I guess they're making it work. He's leaning into as much red stuff as he can stick in the base as possible. This northern region is getting liberated. At the same time, he's trying to retake the southern region, but reinforcements coming out of the siege here are giving him a headache. Smugglers are going back to the standard pillage and chill. Vernius has stopped their eastward expansion and has gone all in on their westward expansion. So they are just headed west. They're not going to have any, there's not going to be any, that's not going to be contested at all, because the only person that might have contested it is dying. A slow, painful death. I will say that this is keeping the Fremen pretty busy. Fremen have accepted a trade from House Carino, non-aggression pact, imperial mandate. Okay, peace in our time, ladies and gentlemen. The Fremen have deemed it too annoying to kill Carino all the way, and are backing off. Okay. Well, would I have taken peace? I mean, I think if I was a Fremen, I would just be blinded by bloodlust and trying to close this out. But I will say that Beefrog's done a good job of rebuilding his army. Somehow, some way, despite having literally nothing. He's going to get a chance to rebuild a bit. Is he even in the game anymore? He's technically in the game anymore in a distant fourth. He's managed to sit on 9% of Chom because no one else has been buying, at least. He's wildly behind in, territory that he can capture, just because so much of it has already been grabbed up on the map. I mean, he's inevitably going to run into the Fremen yet again in the future when he wants to expand, or if he wants to expand north, he's going to have to contend with the Vernius, who's really excited about that. But look at this. Kenry, thinking he's got Vernius right where he wants him, is cheekily coming up and stealing an extremely close spice away from Vernius. You love to see it. What are the Fremen up to? They are annexing everything they can get their hands on. I imagine while they were busy in the west, they were probably floating an awful lot of authority. Vernius is the big authority maker right now. Plus 10 for Vernius, plus 9 for the Fremen, 7 on Smugs, 5 on Carino. Can't the Fremen break peace treaties for basically no penalty? Yes, correct. But even that they accepted a peace treaty to begin with, at least is speaking to their intention that they're not going to be trying to kill your base in the next month, right? There are penalties for just full-on betraying a treaty, and it does seem like the Fremen army has properly pulled back. They need to pay a little more attention to, their economy, their empire building, and while it's always nice to blow up a base, it's not necessarily the right thing to do all the time. I still think because he was such on the ropes here, he was so close to just being dead. You just finish taking these last 2 villages from him, and then you could just run troops into him and starve him out, and he'll be dead no matter what. And maybe it could take 2 or 3 months still of leaning into it. Someone's calling Vernius high on the Landsrad. Yup. Look at that, Landsrad standing. Vernius pulling in 28 a council. So I will remind you that Minx on House Vernius won her pod with a governor win on Vernius. And it's conceivable we could see such a thing again. We've got the Water Sellers Union voted up. I wonder who voted that up. I wish we could see who added money to the charters. But regardless, between the Water Sellers and the Eye of the Council, charters are going to start coming online very soon here. Oh, we've got some Vernius aggression. Vernius looks like they've got a superior force here. There's a huge Carino force up here by the smugglers. Okay, it looks like maybe the smuggler force was split. And now they're able to come back together to fight Vernius here. I think Vernius is in trouble.
I can fix anything.
Nua here is going to get picked off right at the rip, and that puts them in a really bad spot. She's going to have to pull back. Yep, smugglers are... Ooh, we did see a Shai Hulud showed up and ate a couple of smugglers for breakfast, which does equalize things a bit. There is an Imperial base drop adjacent to the Vernius main base. What the hell, ladies and gentlemen? B-Frog going full Agent of Chaos. I guess he's been at war with Vernius the whole game. Right? He's not at peace. He's been at war with Vernius the whole game. So if Vernius's base dies, B-Frog will get the vaunted third base drop. House Carino. He needs to make sure he has 10k hegemony first, but in theory, if he had 10k hegemony, destroying the main base of a faction in conflict with House Carino for more than 50 days gives a second use of main base deployment. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. All or nothing. It is very all or nothing. I think it is a very reasonable read that Vernius is a huge political threat right now. If Vernius locks down the Water Sellers Union, they could basically pull up Dune governorship the very next Landsrad, which would be wild. I would love to see that, and I think that was probably Minx's plan. B-Frog doesn't want peace; he wants more problems. Right. I mean, credit to B-Frog. He's got an army up there. He's got nothing else to his name. So somehow he's been able to pay the bills and keep the men being recruited. No big deals here. Smugglers. Everybody opts to pay the bounty to the smugglers, or have the smugglers pay the bounty to them. A lot of votes go smugglers. A bunch of people make a bunch of money. Fremen have accepted an imperial mandate from House Carino. What is House Carino doing? I think they're a little frustrated by some of the cliffs here. This main base is a little damaged. It's missing 3,000 of its health already. How interested is Kenry and the smugglers in helping to kill a base? Carino just annexing down here just because they're just desperately in need of any territory they can have at all. Here's a little Plascrete for them. Interestingly, they're doing very well on Plascrete because they haven't had an opportunity to spend any all game long. But here come the Fremen, marching up north, making friends with this siege so that they can resupply. I think Minx's days are numbered here. I think word might have gotten out of the governor victory here. Choman's no big deal. We got a little bit on the smugglers. Carino's still sitting on a little bit on the Fremen. Nobody's doing a whole lot in the Cho market yet. The big deal is that it looks like everybody are coming to kill Vernius right now because nobody wants to deal with Vernius government shenanigans. The question is, I was gonna say the question is how long can you hold, or can you hold as Vernius? And it's gonna be real difficult. Somehow this is a full stack 65 CP from Carino. Where is he getting the money and the men to do this? He's got to be just broke, right? You know, he's got some of money. I mean, he's in the red, but not too badly. I mean, Vernius is going to be able to fight off Carino here, because Carino, this kind of one-on-one base battle is attritional warfare. It's how much manpower you could throw at the other guy. Now, the trouble for Vernius is that they don't necessarily get to use manpower. They probably have to use Solari to make their mechs. And manpower, there are plenty for Carino. Manpower is a much easier way to spend your resources than Solari. Solari is harder to come by in the amounts that you need. Minx is doing a really smart thing here, so she's sieging with her railgun drones. At the same time that the artillery drone is sieging, the railgun drones are sieging back, and we have the fight engineers in the background who are doing their healing circles in order to heal the railgun drones so that they could tank some hits. I think this is ultimately a Vernius favored fight, but Lord, I don't know. Smugglers have gone home. They say, lol, that's not my problem anymore. We'll just leave B-Frog and Minx up here to battle. It does look like B-Frog might be getting the better end of this. Minx is having a hard time getting kills. And this is extremely dangerous. 2 incinerators firing at a main base. We are already up to 97 stacks of burning. And stacks of burning are, each stack is 1% more damage received. Now, way in the back, there is a single artillery drone blasting away. That'll very, very slowly wear it down. Is this burned stack gonna fall off? It might if he doesn't get reapplied. An orbital strike goes down. B-Frog all in on total war. He's gonna lose his manpower base. Gets liberated in his backfield by raiders. That's not great. That's not great for him. Fremen are still sitting here. They are as confused as we are by what's going on. Vernius pushes in through the northern flank, and they manage to pick off the artillery drone, which is good because there probably will not be another one. Meanwhile, Carino's trying to base trade with him, leaning in heavy with the incinerators, who again are stacking up this burned debuff. Now there is, oh dear, the Fremen have made their move. The burned debuff is gonna spell the doom of Vernius here. Even though I think Vernius would have cleaned up the Carino, does the burned debuff happen if the Fremen are hitting the base? I don't know. The Fremen were so prepared to go kill Carino, now they're somewhat prepared to go kill Vernius. The base is holding pretty well. It doesn't have anything like defense breaches on it. I don't know if Vernius will be able to clean up this Fremen army. They're doing okay. All Minx has got is railguns right now. And the AoE from the main base is just about to clear out all these Fedaykin, and all you're going to have left is donkeys. I think Minx is holding. I think the Fremen have overextended, and it looks like they're pulling back. There's an awful lot of dead Carino, and Carino's going to have a hard time replacing, losing their main manpower base. They are currently rocking a negative amount of manpower as they try to heal their injured units. I feel like Vernius is going to hold here. I think B-Frog, he threw up a base here, threw up a military base on it to buff his troops. Very wise play, very smart. I feel the money is a little tight for Vernius, so she's having a hard time replacing her drones. But there's a big old stack of Suboids coming out that can't really do anything. Suboids suck so bad. They're okay if you can attack unarmored units, which are maybe the incinerators, and that's about it. Oh, we did get 2 more artillery drones. How is B-Frog pulling units out of thin air? I don't even know. I guess he did manage to, the only territory he has at home still is his fuel cell factory. Have Smugs bought Chom? Just a little bit, not too much. 16%, that's, 16% at the end of month 5 is basically nothing. I'm sort of surprised everybody's not on 16%. Landsrad comes up. eye of the council is up. Vernius sitting on an outrageous amount of votes, but is a little busy at the moment to be pursuing their political dreams. I think at this point they would be happy just to sort of get rid of that base in the backyard, that sort of existential threat of House Carino. Which is, again, the fact that it even exists is wild. We appreciate B-Frog for livening up the game a bit for us. Sale incentives, no benefit to Chome ownership levels, and you lose Solari per Chome share. Yeah, that's actually a devastatingly painful one to have pass. And I feel like smugglers who have the most to lose should easily be able to deny this. Although the smugglers did bounty themselves to be Eye of the Council, they should certainly deny this, because you wouldn't want to lose Solari per Chome shares. Nope, that does pass. Take a look at our resources. I guess there's a pretty big bank for the smug, so they're okay. And meanwhile, Vernius is in big trouble again, because these incinerators are just running wild here. And that's a huge problem. 440 stacks of burned. 450% more damage received to the main base. She needs to be way more aggressive on trying to clear out these incinerators. These two guys alone are going to be the death of her. If you just keep the incinerators off, then it's going to make the artillery drones take 2 years to try to kill your base. But with the incinerators on the base, being able to refresh that that burned debuff, it's suddenly a huge problem. Yeah, each individual shot from these artillery drones are doing like 400 damage. Whereas if there was not a burn debuff, they would be doing like 50. Ooh, I think it falls off after a certain amount of time. How long is that debuff? It's staying on there forever. It's crazy. Crazy. I mean, this is why Carino are notable base killers, entirely because of the strength of incinerators putting out burn debuffs. Now, Minx is trying to focus down the artillery drones, but I feel like the bigger problem is the incinerators. You get rid of both the incinerators, and I think eventually that burned buff will fall off, unless our Carino armory. So the Carino did not take burning on their siege tanks. Does the burn debuff only fall off if it's out of combat, maybe? I'm really surprised that it's still up. I guess I didn't know how it works. I thought like if someone stopped burning it, the burn debuff would fall off, but it seems like maybe because it's staying in combat, it's looking to me like Vernius is dead. They're cleaning up the last of the drones, artillery drones. They're gonna lose their own forces in return. Mink's sitting on 1.5k for the main base. To the west, Fremen are looking like they're attacking or liberating some Vernius territory. The smugglers are wandering around and pillaging. No one's making very much in the way of spice. Carino making literally zero in the way of spice. Zero spice income for Carino. I don't know how they're not just like, how they're not so deeply in the red. Are people sending them money? Where are they getting money from? I don't understand. What is their income? They're getting some from villages, some from agents, an embassy, trade agreements. I don't know. But somehow, Carino manages to keep pulling blood from a stone. 2 more artillery drones come up, much to the chagrin of Vernius, who managed a bunch of extra railguns again to try to pick them off. Railguns getting healed by some fight engineers, but they're still taking a little more damage than they want. They do pick off 1 artillery drone. Are these 3 going to be able to get the second one? Maybe. I think they will. It looks like the fight engineers are doing their thing. They're doing enough healing. Another artillery drone's going to go down. This village is getting liberated by rebels over here. Carino's got problems. Here's a horde of Suboids come in, trying to clear out the base. Now it's going to take forever to kill a base. Captain Aramsham comes out. Hey-yo. And we have the Fremen grabbing the White Rift to the west. Just cackling with glee over what's going on in this game. Somehow Carino bargained for their life. Let me live and I will drop a base on Vernius. Something like that. Funding the Carino war effort. Could be. Aramsham delved too greedily and too deep and gets picked off by the defenses of Vernius nearby villages. More artillery drones coming down. Carino is quite low on manpower, but Vernius is quite low on money, which is their manpower. I feel like Carino might still pull this out. The base is down to 800. They're trying to pick off these drones, but I think the lack of money is going to kill them. Vernius is down to only 25 chome shares. I imagine they've been selling to try to afford things. Looks like they're going to clean up the artillery drones again. Their base is sitting on 660 hit points. A stiff breeze will blow down the walls of the S-Vault. How much more can Carino throw into it? Apparently a lot more. We see Aramsham coming back up. We see 3 more artillery drones and 1 Sardaukar. Vernius wisely getting rid of this extra base here but another artillery drone wearing away. There's just not enough hit points to work with anymore. Big trouble for Vernius. Fremen crossed the 20k mark on hegemony. Hard to see how it's not a Fremen hegemony game. S-Vault is down. Oh, a couple of smugglers snuck in on the back. Got eaten by a worm for their trouble, but managed to perform the coup de grace. Now here's the question. House Vernius was defeated by the smugglers. Does that deny the base for Carino? Does that deny Carino their base drop? House Vernius was defeated by the smugglers. It was not defeated by Carino. Does Carino get their base drop just because they were attacking their base? Or do they need to get the last hit on it to pull their base drop? Because if so, then they just got kill stolen by the smugglers. Dune governorship is up. And the only person eligible for it is the smugglers. The smugglers actually have a dominating political play here. 27 influence a day is a huge amount. He can secure this. Fremen have no political influence. Potential smuggler gov win. But I think it's in the cards. I think it is. Fremen are way ahead in hedge, but not that far ahead. They're not 30 days ahead in hedge. It's no third. Yeah, people are talking in chat. He doesn't get a third. Did he get a third? Question mark. No third. No base, because the smugs killed Vernius. So Carino dropped their base up there to try to kill Vernius to enable to get their third base drop, and at the last second, Kenry on the smugglers ran in and killed the base before Carino could, or rather got the last hit on it, which denies Carino the ability to drop another base. I feel like Minx got done dirty here. None of this makes any sense. I agree. Minx got done dirty. She was trending towards a very strong political finish. She was going to be a contender. She was going to be a game threat real soon. But certainly nothing she did deserved the Carino all in. And in the end, it doesn't help Carino at all. The only thing they had to gain from that was a third base drop, which would have been quite nice. I don't know if it would have been worth that, but a third base drop would have been really good. I don't know that Carino can hope to do anything. They are rebuilding their army a little bit. They're starting to be in the deep, deep pits of money. Everybody's making no money at all. I guess the spice rate's pretty bad. Nobody's making any spice. I imagine the chome's probably cheap. 85 per? Yeah, so it's like 1,600 Solari to buy 20 chome shares. Smugglers at 32%. So they took, so Vernius' death crashed it. Smugglers were able to spend a lot, so we've got chome shares on the smugglers. We've got Dune governorship on the smugglers. How much influence can Carino and the Fremen put together? I don't know if they're going to put together enough. We've got war between Fremen and Smugs. I think we could expect the Fremen heavily favored in a straight-up engagement here. But they are deep in smuggler territory. So we got missiles firing off. We got reinforcements dropping in. There are smuggler military bases here. The Fremen army is a tough one to crack, though. It looks like the Fremen are going to clean that up, but I don't know if they're going to do so. It's pretty decisive. I don't know if it's going to be decisive enough to deal with this wider problem, though. Which is that I think the governorship is going to remain in smuggler hands. We shall see. So we got Polar Sink going down. Still 33% on the smugglers. What happens when you have no buildings? If you have no building, I mean, as long as you have your main base, you just keep playing. All right, so we've got to liberate here. That's going to be tough. Some of the natives are coming in to help with the liberate. Are they able to get? Yes. Looks like the local missile turret was able to pull down the smugglers' flagship. That's pretty bad for them. Kenry just needs to grind influence. Yes, Kenry is grinding influence. The smugglers do influence like nobody else, and he is rocking 31 a day. Lands rat in 10 days, so he ought to have 300 more. Is it gonna be enough? It's gonna be tight. He's gonna be 550-ish. Meanwhile, this guy is gonna be 450. He might be short. He might be short. It's gonna be very tight. Very, very, very tight. Is the tutorial any good for this game? It seems hard to learn. It is a notoriously hard game to learn. I don't know. I've never actually played the tutorial myself. I was already playing the game for a long time before they made the tutorial. It can't hurt. You gotta start somewhere. I've got various guides and new player resources out there to try to help out with things, but it's such a complicated game that it's hard to even teach. Oh, I love this. The Wraith coming out. Smugglers, or the Fremen, have to fall back to resupply, so they come back to this friendly siege. The Wraith, unfortunately, is not going to be quite the game changer because this is a heavy donkey army. There's a whole lot of mobile turrets in here that could all just switch to anti-air mode and super punish that Wraith. Meanwhile, Carino, marauding through the north, have grabbed themselves the Great Volcano here and are pillaging things. Diplomacy-wise, what? We've got peace between Carino and the smugglers for the moment, but that doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, I don't know. We got 5 days till the council comes up. I think they're gonna be a little short. It's gonna be very tight. Very, very, very tight. Extra 1,500 here, an extra 70 here. I don't know. I think Fremen and Carino together are going to be enough. Do minor houses vote on the governorship? I don't even know. Are there any extra minor house gifts around? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Why doesn't he sell Chome for influence? Can he do that? No, he did not take... I think in order to sell Chom for influence, you've got to have... you've got to have the one lady. What is it? Lashan? Lashan Hara, maybe? Oh, boy. It's... I don't think he has the option to sell Chom for influence. Or is it a tech now? I can't even remember. It is a tech. Insider trading. Selling Chom shares grants 1 influence per share. So he could sell Chom to get influence. And he really ought to. Because he's sitting on the most Chom. So he ought to be able to keep it via Chom share selling. That's a good point. Insider trading. Yeah, I got it. So he can. He can and he ought to. And I think he did. Or Carino maybe spent a bunch of their votes on something. Did Carino... I don't know what Carino did. Oh, they voted up Judge of the Council? Someone voted up Judge of the Council. It's weird. They gotta try and base kill him in the next 10 days. Carino army is in trouble because there's a bunch of stone cold killers about to jump on top of them. Judge of the Council comes up, so we don't have a governorship vote. We have a loss of rights vote, but it's looking like there's no way to get the smugglers out of it. Kenry can force loss of rights to fail with his superior influence, and then from then on out, he's got to just survive for 9 more days, and we will have ourselves a remarkably quick final. You guys waited a long time for this, and it's going to be over in the blink of an eye. We are in month 7. Very, very early. Poor Minx, who won our hearts with the aggressive govern and play of Vernius, died before her time to the outrageously aggressive, who knows what the hell Bfrog is doing play. Loss of rights fails. Dune governorship. Game is over in 9 days. If the base of the smugglers is still alive, and it's looking like it's gonna be. There is a chunky Fremen force, but this is not a base killing Fremen force. There is still a Wraith back here, which can do an awful lot to dissuade the enemy. There's still a big old chunk of Free Company here, which can do an awful lot to dissuade an enemy. This looks, to me, like a smuggler governor win for our dear boy Kenry. Allegedly playing on a tracking pad because his mouse broke. He's feeling bold. He's going out to actually chase off the Fremen army. The Fremen are a little overextended. Ooh, the double missile turret defenses of Kenry have wreaked havoc on the Fremen health bars here. Fremen gotta run. Carino poking in the back, but they don't have the resources to really commit to a war. Even their energy looks like it probably got liberated by rebels. Alright, there's a push and pull in many ways, but time is not on people's side. All hail the dread donkey lord. It's true, Shelby. It's true. I can't see any... I think if smugglers just delete all their units and sit here, I think they win in 5 days. I think it's a definite smuggler governor win. What a crazy game. What a crazy game. You never know what's going to happen in a Dune game. We talked about, right? Sometimes you see the final matches of big tournaments, and everybody is cautious. Everybody is expanding slowly, slightly probing with one another, a little bit here, a little bit there, see what they can get away with. And sometimes people are just swinging for the fences. We got Landsrad judges coming out to help defend the territory. You love to see it. Landsrad guards coming out because, of course, Kenry is the judge of the council. A great use of his influence. These are really tough units when they're fighting in their own territory. Kenry's just going to clean up this fight here. There is no danger. There is still the Wraith sitting overhead. No one's even attacked the base. 2 days left. GG, the clutch touchpad. Wow, what a game. What a game. Resource-wise, Carino's finally had their bills come due. They are deep in the negative. The smugglers are running a deep deficit. They're about to be in the negative, but it doesn't matter. 0.9 days, 0.8. We're in a 10-second countdown, basically. And there it is. The last of the invaders gets cleaned up. The smugglers are sovereign in their lands and about to become the sovereign of Dune, of Arrakis as a whole. Wow, GG to Kenry. What a good one. A bit of a crazy one. I'm surprised that the Fremen let Carino live. I'm surprised that Carino tried to base drop. Not just tried, but did base drop Vernius. I'm surprised that they managed to kill Vernius. Certainly a bit of a wild card. Wow. Fremen climbed up to 26, which is pretty dang far, but not far enough. Nobody had any shares at the end. Smugglers were at 18, so they sold off almost 15% of their share near the end. Developments, no surprise that Vernius had the most developments until they didn't. Economy was heavily Fremen favored for a while, but not that much. 500 is good, but it's not an outrageous amount, and they weren't able to really turn that into anything. Chome shares was mostly, given that Solari production was so low, basically entirely powered off of pillaging and some opportunistic buying. When the Vernius died, the price cratered at the same time that the Smugs had a good bank, and they dumped it all into Chome shares and were able to jump from 18% up to 35%. Able to then turn those shares over here, 30% down to 18% into political power. Boom, boom, boom is the influence jump. And a strong gov win from the smugglers. Luca had no doubts that Kenry would win it. No, I mean, I had some doubts, but I don't think that was a very predictable game. Unpredictable for sure. Bfrog hate bones to Minx cost everyone the game. Yes. Yes, correct. The game was totally thrown for a wild loop because of that wild Carino play. There was some thought behind it, right? The thought that you're screwed if you're just stuck in the corner and you're fighting the Fremen. So you need a really interesting base drop in order to get more resources. Vernius have already snatched up all the resources between you and them, but there was that great opportunity to drop right next to their base, and because they'd been at war for a long time, if you managed to get the base kill, which is reasonable to do because Vernius was leaning towards a very strong political victory. I mean, so it's not just totally crazy play. It's definitely out there, but I think you can justify it. I don't hold it against Bfrog. I can rationalize all of those choices. Now, it didn't work out for him at all. Those choices were risks, and the risks all went bad because he did not get the base kill. He did not get a third base drop. He was not able to secure any good territory. And by removing the premier political player, you left the lobby with nobody as a political player except the smugglers, who just kind of accidentally made 30 influence a day. I don't think that Kenry was thinking that he was going to be a governor winner there until he started seeing the potential for Vernius to die. Yeah, the base drop is an all or nothing play. It means they either win their third base or they're dead. Yeah, I mean, so the point is that Carino was basically dead before it, so he gambled everything on extremely long odds and unsurprisingly did not win from that. That's it, folks. That's our games today. Pretty wild. What a finish here. Carino sitting on Carino's main base, literally no territory around it. Owned nothing at home. Managed to take a couple pieces up after he had caused all of this ruckus up by Vernius. smugglers lost a lot of land to the Fremen invasion, and the Fremen were jumping around the map. They took a special here, they took a special there, and they even took one back there. They were doing their damnedest to hedge to victory, and doing a fine job of it, honestly. They had their craft workshops. They were making 72 a day. All they needed was a little bit more time, and they would have scored an easy 8-month hedge victory. But time was not on their side. Kenry positioned himself into a good place, mostly by earning charters off of people wanting to deny them to Vernius. So he already had the charters in play just out of spite to keep him from Vernius. And then when Vernius was dead, hell, he's already got the charters. Might as well just go for the governorship. And smugglers make a ludicrous amount of daily influence. Where do we look to see like buffs for people? Isn't there a place to click on there you can see like buffs for an empire or something? I don't know what it is. This one. So they get 1 influence production just by paying their spice tax. So that's up to a ×5 there. Can I see everything? Yeah, so he's making 2 from his base, 1 from village, 3 from agents, 2 from the being a Chom investor, 2 from having a council agent. So he's just got a whole bunch of stuff that's given him a lot of extra influence. And it would have been very close if it was just plain influence, but then in addition, the insider trading letting you sell your Chom shares for influence. Now this is not a great deal. 20 Chom shares for 20 influence is emergencies only, but I mean, that's the time for it, right? It's enough to put you over the top when it really comes down to it. And there we go. We see Vernius had obfuscated the tier 4 tech to lower everyone's army counts. Nobody can get up to 65 CP. That's smart play. I like the Vernius play. I think Minx played very well. I think Beefrog made some interesting choices out of his very, very bad hand he was dealt. I think the Fremen did everything they could possibly do, but didn't quite have things go their way. Didn't realize the danger that they were in until it was too late. And Kenry, I don't know that he had a lot going for him until Vernius died, and all of a sudden there was that what is it? Is it the golden path, the shining path? It's the one way that when Paul Atreides looks into the future, he sees one way forward for mankind to get through things, or for him to get through with mankind, whatever. I think it's the golden path, something like that. The one, I've looked into all possible futures, and in all but one we die. Well, Kenry looked into all possible futures here, and he managed to find himself in a very good political position and was able to capitalize it at exactly the right time. Weird that Beefrog let their territories get liberated. I mean, it's tough when you're paying all of your attention to this kind of base race fight up here. Every little micro movement you can has a big deal with, targeting and units surviving and whatnot. So it's very easy to get embroiled up here and to not even be looking at some goddamn raiders back home who are about to liberate your village. Happens to me all the time. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm supposed to be looking for, but it's just real easy, especially when you're in this death struggle, this death grip up here, where it's do your best or die, and every little micro matters. Whew. If they were concerned about resources, you can make the argument for their base drop, but they're also just letting their only spice field get liberated. Yeah, I mean, it's not a play that I would have made. But I can understand why someone would make the play. It just seems odd. I mean, it's not like Carino had a lot of resources to push around. They weren't able to expand back home at the same time as they pushed this battle up front. They were barely able to do this battle up front, and in fact, they didn't even do it. They lost because the smugglers ran up and finished them off. And even the Fremen came in here and did a decent chunk of the work with the Fremen army. Yeah, I think he just didn't notice because it was very, very busy. Crazy game. I can't say I've seen one like that in a long, long time. Woo! All right, final questions. Otherwise, we're gonna wrap it up, folks. I've had a great time with you, and we managed to finish in a pretty reasonable amount of time, even though we waited for a whole hour in between games, painfully. Bless you for your patience. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've had a wonderful time. These have been some really good games. They've been a lot of fun. Once again, this was hosted by the Dune Circuit, which is a Discord that people could join. And in the Dune Circuit, you could pick up, you could do daily pickup games of people who play. You could sign up for new tournaments when they're ready to go. For the most part, occasionally they do invitational only tournaments where they pick some of the best players in the world to play. But I would think more commonly they host open tournaments where it's often a first come first serve kind of sign up for these things. And even if 16 people sign up, sometimes you have days like today where almost 4 or 5 of them, I think, just were no shows, and we were able to get alternates to play in too. So if you want to be a part of these, if you want to join these games, come make your way around to the Dune Circuit. There was a link in the chat earlier on. I could probably drop another one right now. We might as well round it out with one more. Here's a link to the Discord in the chat. And thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. I had a good time. Thanks for hanging out. We'll do more of these whenever we get a chance. Appreciate it. Adios, amigos.